Morning, everybody. Today is CPI day, so in roughly 8 minutes we will have the inflation data coming out. Market consensus is for inflation to come down, breaking the 3% range, roughly expecting a headline number of 2.9% year over year. I think it's going to be very, very difficult in order to achieve that. Roughly because oil's up 9% basically in the month of January. So on the charts here we have the QQQ. QQQ is gapping down. There's weakness in the semiconductor space. A few different earnings across the board from Shopify, Datadog, but right now the indices are under pressure. All indices are negative. The Russell down the least. So small caps are relatively holding up the best. QQQ down the most, SPY down by about 0.32%, but the semiconductors are actually leading the charge to the downside. You do have Apple down about 0.44%, Microsoft down a whopping 1%, SMCI slightly green, NVDA basically flat, AMD down 0.9%, Tesla down another 0.5%. What else is new? Bitcoin finding some rejection at 50,000. So there's a lot of moving parts to watch today. We are seeing the dollar down heading into CPI. We are seeing markets down heading into CPI. And we're also seeing yields down heading into CPI. The VIX is slightly green. You have some positivity in gold. Gold up about 0.4%. Silver up about 0.9%. So strength in the commodities and metals. You also have strength in oil. Oil's actually holding up by about 0.88%. So again, oil's continuing to climb, guys. Oil's continuing to climb. What is that telling us? What is that going to signify moving forward? So again, my consensus for the CPI is to actually come in hotter than the consensus. I do think that there's a strong chance we can actually blow that 2.9% out of the woodwork and come in, probably around 3.3, 3.2. But what do I know? I mean, I'm just making a pure speculative guess based off of the oil being up in the month of January 9% on the session. So I'm still expecting the markets to not like the CPI print, therefore having to really price out of the market these so-called rate hikes, these 6 rate cuts that the market has been pricing. And I still think that there's a strong chance that these rate hikes have to be priced out of the market. Therefore, that should, in theory, hit many stocks if we have to re-rate stock prices and equity prices based off of the market expecting 6 rate cuts this year. That's a little bit of a stretch. We're already in the month of February. It's halfway over, and the market is still pricing in 6 rate cuts. Right now, you can see the Qs are moving up off of the lows, but really it's just a small sort of technical bounce. You can see on the daily chart, we did put in that topping tail reversal. So that's kind of on watch. I think you'll have some support at this 429.93 zone. That's your previous pivot high, 429.88. You have a gap fill at 427. You have another mega gap at just a pierce of 422. You have another gap at 417. You have another gap. I mean, there's so many gaps down below that it makes you wonder. It really makes you wonder. So I'm just drawing in some trend lines here. For the Qs, this is the daily chart. Let's just flip back to the intraday 10-minute chart. But the Qs are trying to rebound and the dollar is falling. So we roughly have 4 minutes till data. I will come back on the mic just briefly to it. Let's see if the markets drop or if they rally. Time will tell. All right, guys, so the dollar, huge spike in the dollar there. You can see the Qs are dropping quite substantially there. CPI comes in hot, year over year consensus 3.9%. Bang! What did we inform you? Hot CPI, thank you very much. Look at that dump in the markets. You now have yields shooting up. You have the dollar ripping. What a huge rip in the dollar. Massive, massive, massive. CPI comes in 3.1% year over year. Consensus was 2.9. The core CPI comes in extremely hot. That's the Fed. Fed likes to look at core. That comes in at 3.9%. Consensus was 3.7. So another sign that inflation is moving higher here. And that's exactly what we prepared. Right now you have the QQQ down 1.26, Russell down 1.6, SPY down 0.8. You should find a little bit of technical support, but really the Qs are now under a lot of pressure. Just like that, inflation is taking stocks to the woodshed here. Semis are under a lot of pressure. Bitcoin's dumping. And what do you expect? Take a look at this dollar daily chart. It's been consolidating a nice bull flag pattern. This could be the day the dollar breaks out of this flag pattern. But a huge, huge miss on the inflation front. Markets were severely mispriced there, and that's what we were expecting. You know, you can't have oil going up 9% for the month of January and expect the CPI side of the component to still come in light and fluffy. I don't know where they were getting this 2.9% from, but absolute devastation this morning in stocks. This could be a nasty, nasty downtrend day, especially when you factor in the market was going into this at lofty all-time high prices, saturated valuations. Fundamentally, things were way, way overbought. And now you could be having a breakout in yields. This could be the time where stocks are starting to reprice those rate cuts. Those 6 rate cuts might just have been wiped out of the woodwork. So massive, massive move to the downside in stocks and the Qs. Look at the Qs still selling. Look at this DXY chart. This is beautiful, beautiful to see if you're on the short side, and my members are on the short side. So this is a beautiful thing to see. Wow, look at that go. Look at that. You know, you've had gold getting hit. Gold is basically turning negative. Silver's turned negative. They were the bright spots. You have the 10-year up 2.3, the 2-year up 3.1. VIX is pumping up 3.5% to the high side here. NVIDIA's down 1%. Apple's down about 0.8. The SOX ETF is down 2.3. Qs are still selling here, guys. QQQ still selling here at the lows. Really, the first level of support on the Qs is going to be all the way down here around this 423.69. So, I mean, we could have a pretty big flusher. We haven't seen a multi downside day in quite a long time. Wow, what an epic fall. So just like that, markets are getting obliterated. Take a look at this AMD chart, guys. This is pretty cool. Just to see that we are triggering what appears to be a head and shoulders on the AMD chart. So I'm just going to flip back to the regular market hours. Take a look at this head and shoulders on the AMD. Let me just clean up some of these lines here. We are short going into this. We are heavily short going into this with our members. So this is a beautiful thing to see. But take a look at this little neckline that we're piercing on AMD. You have your left shoulder, you have your head, big right shoulder. This could be a sympathy play to the downside. We're talking about an 8% break of the neckline, which should take us down to about 154 on the charts. So this is what we want to see. And look at this dollar breakout, guys. Why has the dollar been consolidating bullishly here, just like it did here? Beautiful inverted head and shoulders. Target 1 is coming up into play now, 106.20-ish. You can see we might be getting a break above these pivot highs here on the dollar. That's a big, big breakout level above these two little pivot highs here. If you get a break above this 104.60, a nice close, that's a beautiful technical breakout. We'll see though. The dollar might check back and consolidate. It just really depends on how fierce the market reaction is, but we are seeing stocks down across the board. Semiconductors are getting absolutely trounced today. AMD is already down 3% on the session. The QQQ is already down 1.63. Take a look at this SOXS. Our members were able to add yesterday at 413 to our SOXS. And basically, it is just ripping all the way up to 465. I mean, so just from that ad alone yesterday, it's already up 13%. That's a stunning, stunning entry to add to accumulate on our position. We also added a new position yesterday with members was BITI. So this is a Bitcoin short. We picked up BITI basically at 1086, almost at the near lows, and it's already pumping nicely. So good to see the indices are finally responding to the fact that this inflation data is maybe starting to be believable. You know, and again, it was kind of foolish thinking that the inflation front was going to come in at around 2.9% when, especially when oil alone was just ripping for the month of January. You know, that's absolutely insane. Now, the dollar had a big stick, could just consolidate here, but this could be a downtrending session. This is not a healthy number for the market. Still have the yields. Let's take a look at this US 2-year yield. You know, the US 2-year yield is basically all the way up to 4.62. What's 6 rate hike cuts now? I mean, that's insane. What's 6 rate cuts? And look at this little inverted head and shoulders triggering. We're almost at target. Can you believe that? Well, I still think that we hit now probably back to 4.955% range on the 2-year. And where does that put the 10-year? Let's take a look at that. You know, 10-year also having a nice technical breakout. Boom. That's a stunning thing of beauty. Bitcoin doing today. So Bitcoin, remember, has been ripping, going strong into this meeting, finally seeing what maybe looks to be a failed breakout. So Bitcoin really needs to stay above this 48,955 today to confirm a daily breakout. But if we lose that, you know, it's all she wrote. That's going to see a hard fall. Let's look at the market darling NVDA. NVIDIA trading down about 1.5% on the session as well. SOXX, big gap down. Trading closed at 628 with a daily topping tail. And now it's coming in. And I have a cycle at work here. Look at these two cycles. So we hit a 105-day cycle, roughly 71 bars on the daily chart from this low to this high. I think we're entering a new 100-day cycle here that should take us to May. And if it follows this same little cycle period, you know, we could see a drop in the semis. Just the SOXX alone from this pinpoint could fall roughly 19%, even more. It could fall all the way down 25%. You know, and that would still keep it technically in an uptrend, you know, creating higher highs and higher lows. So just be cautious that we could be entering into a little bit of a paradigm shift here in the market. Even if we look at the UVXY, the VIX screaming higher. Remember we saw that multi-day accumulation when the markets were even strong. So one positive day, another positive day. This is turning into a three white soldier candle formation. You break out of this little down sloping trend line, the VIX could have a big move to the high side. All right, so it's now 8:40. We roughly have just under an hour till the market session, roughly 50 minutes. So I'm going to have to do some calculations, some standard deviation moves, mean reversion moves, just to give us some day trading and swing trading levels. But I will be back on the mic. I'm just going to go silent as I do some math. What could happen with PHA on Nat Gas? Hey, Leo King. I think Nat Gas is strong. It's positive on the session. Nat Gas is more oversold in the equity markets. And think about it from a logical standpoint there, Leo. So you have Nat Gas oversold. You have Nat Gas at technical support. Let's look at this natural gas chart just quickly. So look at this beautiful parallel channel that Nat Gas is trading into. Almost a beautiful measured move has occurred. There could be a little bit more downside, call it to 168. But today, if the broad market is in sell-off mode, often a lot of capital and long funds will look for the names that are more oversold, more depressed, because it's now a matter of what's going to go down the least. So what's going to go down the least? And I firmly think that Nat Gas could be one of those potentials where, could it go down more? It always could go down more, but it's already been obliterated into this earnings. And when you have so much extra liquidity now being taken out of the Qs, semis, S&P, Russell, often that looks for a home. Nat Gas has a tendency to actually rally when the dollar rallies. So just be mindful of that I think Nat Gas could bounce, but it's we'll see. I'm not really trading it right now as a day trade. I'm trading it as a swing trade. So I've got a lot of time on the clock. I'm patient, and I still have tons of maneuverability. And I do hope it goes down to about 168 here so that I can inch in and buy some more. Intraday pattern on that gas, though, you can see it has sold off with the market. Here, you can kind of see it hit a double top off of a lower high, and we are starting to sell off. So, I mean, you break this pivot low here, around this 177, you're going back down to double bottom. Even oil's now seeing some weakness. But massive move. Massive move in the dollar markets and the yield market and the VIX. Yields have softened just a little bit, but take a look at that. The dollar's still pushing near the highs. All right, guys, I'll be back on the mic very shortly. I'm just going to run some numbers here so I can prepare. If you have any questions, throw them up in the chat box and I'll try to answer them before the market open. Thanks, guys. Hey guys, so notice the difference here in what we're seeing and observing in the markets. The dollar continuing to show great signs of strength. Indices not really bouncing at all. Usually we've seen the buy the dip come in and swoop up this market in pre-market. That's not what we're seeing. We're still seeing consecutive, continuous selling semis to the Qs, to the SPY, to the Russell. Take a look at the Russell. The Russell was the leading indice. It's now getting absolutely trounced and slaughtered. So I mean, just like that, right? It's so funny how the market's pricing in basically, what was it, six cuts, six rate cuts in this year, and now it's gone down to 3 to 4. I still think 3 to 4 is way, way, way too much optimism in the market. I mean, considering how tight the labor market is and the overall employment jobs numbers are still coming in hot and tight. And just like that, in 2 days, you've erased in the Russell, boom, the breakout candle. So it's wild how the markets work, right? It's absolutely wild, which is why it's a prime example not to chase, not to chase. I mean, my members have been accumulating socks. My members have been shorting this market. My members have been putting ourselves in the position to benefit from this overpriced arbitrage opportunity in the markets, and things just keep staying more and more irrational, which provides us opportunity to continue to place ourselves on the right side of this market. Hey, Kane. 165 potentially reaching a 9-year low of 144. Yeah, if it reaches 144 on the Dixie, I mean, we're looking at a wow. That would be probably a huge, huge mega washout. But look at this dollar bull flag breakout, guys. We've been prepping our members, getting a nice flag pattern here. You already triggered that inverted head and shoulders. That thing was picture perfect, technically sound. And look at this move. We now have two massive high probability upside targets. 106.20. My members are also long the dollar. So, I mean, we have a fairly long position in the dollar. We bought in the Dixie right down here, 26.98, the UUP. So I'm still expecting more upside in this dollar trade. All right, guys, so let's identify some levels here. So basically, we're going to be having a massive gap down in the markets. Semis are under pressure. Everything is under pressure across the board. I do anticipate more selling at the open just due to the fact that in the pre-market reaction has been fierce. You know, you had a high roughly all the way up here, and now you're trading all the way down to 427.40. So if we actually look intraday, I'm just going to turn this pre-market hours off. But you can see we're coming up right into this gap. We're actually obliterating this little gap fill here. So I'm going to draw this little gap fill in. But based off of what I'm seeing, your first big support level is going to be sitting at 426.46 on the QQQ. 426.46. You have the 20-day moving average sitting at 424.33. So I'm going to mark in some of these levels, some potential buy levels. So we have a buy level around 424.33. Let's mark that in. 424.33 is a potential buy level. I'll just mark that in the green dotted line here. So that's your daily 20 moving average. That's daily chart support. And you can also see that if we flush down into this zone, it should also be in accordance with this previous little parallel channel that we're trading in. And then we do have another technical level. It's a massive gap fill, which is sitting all the way down here. Just want to throw on some of my other moving averages. So the 200 and the 50, they're all the way up there. Throw on the 100, that's all the way up there. Okay. Let's just turn these off for now. Let's throw on a fib retrace from this low to this high. And you can see that level on the daily chart, 424.33, is a pierce of the 618. So you'll have a lot of support in the 618 range. You have these pivot lows here. You have this little breakaway gap down. So there's a lot of support at the 618 zone on the Qs. So I'm expecting a bounce somewhere in that range. I would like to buy it somewhere in this range for a quick little day trade bounce on the Qs. So keep an eye on these two green dotted lines, 424.33 and 422.15. I think that's where we see a little bit of an intraday bounce right in this range. You know, some mathematical numbers that I've calculated, we could see a big flush in the markets today. I mean, we're already seeing that flush occur. But the downside, believe it or not, the downside math today, based off of this high pivot reversal, the downside target today is all the way down at 417. 417, which is like, wow, are we really going to fall that much? That's another 10. I'm not saying that's the base case, but that's a potential downside max extension move in the Qs today, 417. So we're going to pay close attention to that. NVIDIA is down now 2.5%. Qs are down 1.88. The IWM is down a whopping 3.58%, having a failed breakout on the daily chart of the Russell 2000. That's quite impressive. Microsoft itself, the world's largest company, down 2.6%. Look at the indices just bleeding lower in the pre-market. Let's take a look at NVIDIA chart support levels. So NVIDIA has a gap fill right here. NVIDIA has another gap fill down here. So you have some 4-hour chart support sitting at around this 674 level. That's your 20 moving average on the 4-hour chart. Hey Mike, how's it going? Thanks for tuning in. It's going well, man. It's going well. Good to be positioned on the short side today with this big decline in the CPI. Really good day for our members today. We are seeing the Qs still selling off here. We're just isolating some support levels here to go long this market. Basically what I've discussed so far on the stream. There's a couple long levels on the Qs. First thing I'm watching is this 424.33 range and then 422.15. I will let you know, Mike, that the downside target today on the Qs max extension move to the downside puts us all the way down to this gap fill pivot around a Pierce of 417. Now, it's not my base case, but there's a chance that we can get down there based off of this intraday pre-market selling, CPI reaction. But again, stocks are getting trounced. You have NVIDIA down 2.6, Microsoft down 2.4, AMD's triggered a head and shoulders down 3%, Tesla down 3%. The SOX ETF, SOXS, up 8.5% right now. Bitcoin selling off. Remember, we shorted Bitcoin yesterday with members around that 50,000 level. And look at it coming in now, guys. Look at it coming. I think the big talking point is the Russell. People were thinking the Russell was immune. The Russell was going to see this capital rotation trade. And just like that, the Russells basically had a failed breakout, engulfing 2 days of bullish price action, now trading back down to 195.57. And this looks vulnerable. I mean, where interest rates are trading right now, with VIXs or the dollars, things are looking quite interesting from a technical standpoint. Qs are getting a little bit of a bounce right now because the dollar's softening just a tad. But the dollar is trying to confirm this technical breakout, bull flag breakout. And again, I still think the dollar will hold most of its gains throughout the day. Maybe you get a check back to this 104.60 area, but we should still hold most of those gains. Again, we're looking at NVIDIA chart here just for some longs because that one has a tendency to just have this ferocious buy the dip mentality coming in. So really, I think it will surpass this gap fill, call it 696. You will have some buyers waiting in there. That might be a decent opportunity. If NVIDIA hits this gap fill while the Qs kind of hit this lower boundary targets, around this 424, 422 in between these two green lines, that could be a good zone to try to just do a swing or a day trade bounce on NVIDIA. You look for about a $4 to $6 move. Based off of this sell-off here on NVIDIA, we're talking about an $18 decline at the moment. So, I mean, at the minimum, you should get about a $2 bounce from this current level. But if it flushes down to the 696 area, then we're talking about a $26 decline, and you could get roughly a $3 bounce out of that trade. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, from my technical standpoint, again, I was preaching the fact that, okay, everyone's expecting a 2.9 handle on the CPI. Like, how the heck are you going to get a 2.9 handle when oil, I mean, just looking at oil for the month of January, and remember, we're in February. This CPI is January's data. So it's always a month behind, right? So you always have to look at how the stock market's traded oil closing at $70 a barrel. Then you go to January, all the way to your end of the month January candle high pivot over here. oil closed at $76.85 for basically the month. Well, actually, it closed here around 77.73 for the month of January. So when you factor in this low point move to the high closing candle in January, that was roughly a 9% move in the energy side of this component. And I know, the energy side has been coming down quite substantially. That's why CPI has been moving the most. But we're into this year-over-year period where now you have to compare year-over-year price action. So you have to compare what transpired in the month of January compared to, say, January of 2023. I mean, a huge year-over-year difference. So, I mean, you have to expect that inflation is starting to rear its ugly head and likely going to do so. And then what happens when natural gas starts to push up? I talked to a friend out of buying NVDA, but he wasn't having any of it. That's already a bigger move than I was thinking. Good to know. Thanks. Yeah, you're welcome there. You're welcome. So, I mean, if we look at this oil price action here, oil's still strong and oil still wants to move up. And this is when the dollar's strong. So just looking at like the price action in January here, here you pretty much put your low in January. And basically oil had a big push up almost to the 77.50 zone. So that's roughly a 9% incline in January. And oil right now is trying to move up again. So for the next month, what's going to be interesting if we look at the Feb numbers. So February candle really started roughly here at a low of $74. We're already higher than the low of the $74 in February. So you have to wonder if oil moves up to 84, what's that going to do to the energy side of the component next month? It's going to raise it more. And we haven't even seen gasoline futures. They've been absolutely slaughtered. So, I mean, what if gasoline futures simultaneously move up with oil? Then you have a recipe of disaster potentially set to occur. Indices are catching a small bid here, but I do anticipate more selling to commence at some point. The dollar's taking a small breather. Nat gas not ready to swing yet? Yeah, I mean, it's getting trounced right now. It's coming down. I like that. Nat gas is coming down to target. Again, I still have a measured move that has not fully completed yet. It's getting very close to doing so. It's getting very close to doing so, but nat gas is now bleeding some more. Down another couple percent. I still have a downside target here on nat gas of roughly this 168 zone. So I'm watching that ever so closely because we are coming down into target. This one could make a bullish reversal intraday today. Super oversold on all time frames right now. Let's see if we're getting any sort of bearish divergence. Yeah, nat gas. Keep that on watch, guys. Intraday, we could get a bullish reversal on nat gas intraday. So I'm actually going to maybe trade this on the live stream today. I'll keep it on watch. Oil trying to push up as well. Energy stocks are still holding resiliency here. So, I mean, it's now 9:21. We have 9 minutes till the open. We've given some QQQ targets already. We've given some NVIDIA targets. Again, QQQ, I only like the longs in and around this 424 to 422.15 range. But every sector is red in the S&P. Energy is down the least. So let's look for energy longs because oil's still remaining strong. Look at energy stocks for longs. Look at semis and tech and small caps for shorts. Pretty much anything can be a short today, it looks like. After we get some sort of a bounce, I think we could see a downtrending session. Carvana down 7.8, Enphase down 7, SMH down 2.67, Fisker down a couple percent, Save Airlines down 3.2, JP Morgan's down 1, Datadog's down 5.8. That had earnings, week show and earnings. Well, I wanted to see Shopify, guys, because that also did have earnings, and I do believe it had a positive reaction. So if there's a long trade, actually, I guess it didn't have earnings. Maybe it's after the bell. I thought I could have swore I saw some earnings, but Shopify might be a little bit of a momentum play. Datadog had I believe it was a miss on earnings, or at least the growth. The growth rate is starting to slow down. Datadog gapping down. Did have a big insider sell right around here, so this one could be a short as well. DDog could be a short into this, trading at around 128. You could see at least a move down to 121. We'll keep all that on watch. But nice job talking your friend out of that trade, Mike. If you didn't listen, you didn't listen. That's his fault, right? That's the beautiful thing that makes a market, right? People are still so hyped up on AI and NVDA, which, it's here to stay, but it has to move within reason. How far, how much growth can one company and one stock pull forward until it reaches mania bubble phase? That's what I like to look at. And when you factor in that it's not just been NVIDIA pulling forth this growth, it's been AMD, it's been AVGO, it's been SMCI. Guys, look at the sell side pressure on Bitcoin. What an epic short by our members here. BITI is what we accumulated yesterday. So a nice entry on that BITI for us. So we're already up nicely about a couple percent on the trade. So good to see. Members are banking here. That is why understanding moving averages and RSIs, yeah, it's very important. The more you can understand and build into your arsenal of tools, the better you will be positioned in this market. We have 5 minutes till the open, guys. We have 5 minutes till the open. So again, expect a big gap down. I don't think there's going to be buy the dip right away, just based off of how heavy this sell side pressure is. There should be more funds having to liquidate based off of CPI. I'm looking at AMD for more shorts. SMCI still phenomenally overbought. That one could also see more downside.
And that's what I call to myself my short book. Not shorting stocks, but shorter dated, looking for quick opportunities to make money, to use that money to facilitate the medium and longer term opportunities. And to me, even a long dated thing to me is like a medium dated opportunity. To me, I think because anything option can expire with it's a year or two out.
So going into this market open, you have semiconductors under a lot of pressure. Yields have softened a little bit from the highs. VIX is screaming higher, up roughly 5% on the UVXY trade, 5.6 on the VIX respectively. Russell getting slaughtered, down 3.27%, identifying how sensitive small caps are to those rate environment. Bitcoin selling off from 50,000 now, trading at 48, give or take.
just stress me out. Okay, and now
2 minutes to the open, guys. So I've given you the QQQ long levels. I'm going to flip this market back to the pre-market here, or back to the regular trading. So it's going to be a big gap down. It's going to be a really, really big gap down. Actually, before I do that, I'm just going to mark my pre-market high and pre-market low. So again, if we take out pre-market low, which is roughly here, this 427.01, you know, anything under there is still considered a very, very sharp short. I'm also going to look at the SPY daily chart here. I'm going to put the SPY daily on, and we're going to keep the QQQ. Again, I'm still holding my SPY short from a couple days ago at 499.20. 499.20. I still hold QQQ shorts, SMCIs. I'm going to look to cover some of those positions at the open. So my QQQ short day trade from a couple days ago is here at 435.40. I just covered it here before the open, 427.24. So we're going to keep the daily chart on the Qs on, just so we can see the multi-time frames. And I'm going to turn on some moving averages here. So we'll keep that QQQ daily chart. And we'll also look at these shorter time frames. I'm going to flip this bottom screen to the 2 minute chart. Our markets are open, guys. Qs are gapping down. Again, QQQ still has not hitting my big support level yet. QQQ daily chart support at 425.19. You can see that there's some buying the dip coming in right away. At least trying. AMD is still bleeding. NVIDIA's caught a nice bounce. You're waiting for a reversal in that gas? Yeah, it should. It should reverse at some point. NVIDIA is still selling here, guys. So the S&P is trying to make new lows. A lot of blood on the streets today. You see the Q still hasn't hit that daily chart support. We're still waiting for more. Nat gas continuing to get bludgeoned here.
Monday.com, it's moved higher. Interactive Brokers, it's moved higher. But these are all moves directly from the open that you can catch quickly if you have a plan in place. If we talk about this every single week, BMR is moving again, by the way, if you like small caps.
BMR, off of that NVIDIA announcement yesterday, up another 110%.
If your eggs, we talked about this in depth last week, if your eggs are always in one basket, you will never have a chance at an opportunity, and you'll always get wrecked when there's a day like today. Like my portfolio alone opened up 2.7% because I'm diversified. You can have, half your positions long and your other half positions long short, meaning you have SPXS or you have other bear ETFs or leveraged ETFs. You have to be diversified. This is what we talk about because there's not everything's good right now.
So Qs are hitting hourly chart support, which is why you're seeing some buy the dip momentum come into play. I do like AMD on the short side for a continuation move down. Google's still weak. Apple's still weak. Apple's hitting the daily 100 MA. NVDA is catching a bid. Alright, so you're seeing semis catch a small bounce here. NVIDIA, AMD moving up off the lows. Apple still at the dead lows, hitting the daily 100. Meta's moved off the lows. Tesla's moved off the lows. SMCI basically going to try to turn green here. Alright, so a small mini bounce in the Qs here. You can see the Qs on the hourly chart. It did hit some hourly chart support. It actually tagged the 113, EMA 113. Let me just show you this 113. So you can see the EMA 113 was tagged on the hourly chart of the Qs. That's the support level that things are finding at the moment. Still think there's a shot that we go lower. Meta's getting a nice push up. Nat Gas is trying to make a small little reversal here. Potential 10-minute bottoming tail on Nat Gas. We get that signal, 10-minute bottoming tail. We can look for a 50% retrace for those UNG bulls. All sectors are red except for staples and energy XLE. Take a look at this BMR, guys. I expect this to probably go negative today, BMR, but we'll see. Look at NVDA bouncing. All right, guys, I'm taking a put on AMD. Taking a 167 0 DTE put on AMD. 167 0 DTE put on AMD. This is the first little trade of the session. 167 put on AMD. Oil's starting to weaken now. No bottoming tail on nat gas 10-minute chart. No bottoming tail on the nat gas 10-minute chart. What could stop nat gas from falling? More buyers. Come on, you don't have about 10 billion handy to prop the price up for the day? Here, I'll come in with a big block order here. I'll stop it from going down. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, right now you're in a big technical downtrend in nat gas. You've broken key pivots. You know, you're piercing monthly bottoming tails. You've broken weekly bottoming tails. So it's just under pressure, right? You know, commodities are under pressure. The dollar just broke out. You know, it's not really a loved position right now, but that's what makes it an opportunity. You know, the fact that nat gas continues to go lower is an opportunity in and itself. So, I mean, we're just seeing people over levered. That's all it is. You know, there's market participants. The market's smarter than most people, right? It's trying to force those over levered people out. The fact that, you know, I've gotten so many comments on nat gas, people being fearful, it tells me we're coming to a near local bottom, among other things. But the fear in the chats, the fear of the messages that I've received on nat gas posting, it just shows you that there's over levered people. You know, my members only have 2% of our portfolio in nat gas. So I'm hoping to accumulate at least 6-8% of our portfolio in nat gas. So I would welcome lower prices, but it's just a matter of not being over levered in this key commodity, because it is the widowmaker. It has a tendency to hit people when they're down and keep hitting them when they're down. That's just how it works. You know, so you always want to be more conservative. Lower highs, lower lows. That's right, Kane. That's exactly right. That's a downtrend. Lower lows, lower highs. Kane said it first. It's a clear downtrend. And then, I mean, you look at other things that are kind of eating nat gas's lunch. Uranium. So nuclear, right? A lot of nuclear talk going on. Uranium's been pumping. So once uranium tops out, some of that liquidity should flow into the natural gas. I think we're getting very, very close in terms of if you're a natural gas bull, but we're just not quite there yet. NVIDIA trying to make a move to the high side here, pumping up, lifting the semiconductors single-handedly. Still have a lot of stocks down in the session. Apple's down, Microsoft's down too. But we'll see if the S&P and the Qs want to put in lower lows here. SMCI actually went positive there. So crazy. Oil's starting to weaken now. Bitcoin's still down. At some point, nat gas will start to bounce. It's just how over-levered are people? That's what nat gas is going through right now. It's going through a game of just absolutely creaming people who are over-levered. It's probably in this range. The price is probably. So yeah, the selling in this market is likely not done today, guys. Although we are trying to stabilize here. The selling, when you have market participants and rate cuts go from 6 rate cuts for the year down to 3 or 4, things have to reprice. You're not really, I would be shocked if the markets rallied a huge amount today. Sure, you can get a little bit of a bid off of the lows with buy the dip, but at some point I do think we retest the lows on the session. I do think that there's a strong chance of that. Just seeing the weakness in the Russell, the S&P weakness, really what's bouncing right now are the Qs. Qs are actually holding up better, much, much better than the S&P right now. Although they're down more, they are bouncing off of the lows a little bit more. All right, guys, I think I am going to go long UNG very, very soon here. So keep UNG on watch, which is natural gas. NVIDIA is only down 1.27, so it's bounced the most here out of the semis. Actually, SMCI's had a pretty ferocious bounce as well. All right, guys, I'm going long UNG here. 1552. Just got filled at 1552. This is a day trade.
So another thing, something we've been hoping for, not just us guys, not just us and I promise you, the entire market and professional money managers. I like to give you guys a window of their brain.
Next ad level, if we go lower, it's going to be 1540.
Get the discounts in all these REIT stocks. And then, for example,
1520.
you had something like a UNH that was, I find this interesting.
$15. So I've given you the 3 targets on UNG. So right now we're only holding 2 day trade positions. We have AMD 167 put, and we're accumulating UNG natural gas common shares on the long side. Natural gas is the underlying commodity. UNG is just the trading vehicle. It's basically an ETF. So most people can't buy natural gas. They can't trade the natural gas contracts. They can't actually buy the underlying natural gas chart. You always want to look at nat gas because that's the commodity. That's the actual spot price. But UNG is just the trading vehicle. There's BOIL, there's KOLD, a few other ones. But UNG is just the ticker that I trade. No problem there, Kane. No problem. What do you buy nat gas with? I'm curious. But we are long UNG and we're short AMD with some put options. S&P just made a new low, guys. So the S&P, expect the Qs to follow suit. I do expect the Qs to follow suit.
I would be lying if I didn't say in the back of my own head, I sometimes have mixed feelings about it. Where I have the strongest convictions in the places where money is. Money magnetizes other money. These feats that NVDA has by $5 billion unexpected $5 billion repeatedly and stuff like that. Where is that money coming from? Right? And it's these, the Amazons.
So with the S&P making new lows on the session, I'm expecting the Russell to do the same. Right now, the Qs are holding up the best. You have strength in BMR, OMH, some high-flying stocks. Tesla down 1.5%, NVIDIA down 1.2%, Shopify down 7.5%, NEO down 4.4%, AMD down 1.6%, Bitcoin down a couple percent. SMCI coming down pretty hard now. Sterling T12 on the futures market. Yeah, so you're your futures trader there, Kane. That's a little bit more advanced compared to most people. So, there's nothing wrong with that. But most people will be buying probably through UNG. They won't be trading the futures. But good for you, man. I mean, that's probably the most accurate pricing that you're going to get on the futures contracts. Live trading as well. So I do like that. So Qs are trying to push for high of day. Russell's pushing for low of day. SPY is trying to bounce at the low of day. Really, the strength is coming through semiconductors again. UNG is starting to head lower here. A little bit of a high on the QQQ chart here. Strength coming from Tesla, Amazon. They're trying to go red to green. And you know, if Tesla goes red to green today, that could be a potential local bottom. Dollar's still consolidating bullishly. Looks like it wants to do another leg up, in my opinion. All right, so S&P's coming down again. The S&P is starting to come down a little bit more now. Nat gas still bleeding here. Let's do a quick check on our AMD. We're almost going to be adding to our next UNG position. AMD, again, we're riding 167 puts. I could see SMCI falling a lot more here. Russell just made new lows. All right, guys, I'm short SMCI here as well. I just shorted SMCI. Got filled at 754.30. 754.30. This is a 1/4 position, but I'm going to keep a tight stop loss on this. Basically, my stop loss on SMCI is going to be the 762. 762.09. I could see SMCI coming down.
and then you see that grade, you're like, oh, that's equal. Not necessarily, could be a little bit of a down start, a mini downtrend, and then healthcare and staples, the defensive type of stocks will outperform. It's possible. But also kind of when these things first start happening,
AMD is starting to roll over just a little bit. Microsoft's pushing, Google's pushing, Meta's still pushing off of the lows, Tesla's still consolidating, Amazon's firming up here.
okay, it could be something that finishes the day still red, but it was down $6 and then only finishes the day down a buck or two. Something like, you know what I mean? Something really fighting the tape. And then something that was up $5, like maybe it only closes the day up $2. So the message, right, it doesn't give you the exact message you want, and that's part of the messaging. Say, maybe the rotation is another one. Maybe it isn't the full start of a downtrend. Maybe it's just a mini pullback. Maybe it isn't the full time to the fall into defensives that they're like about.
SPY is testing new lows on the session, guys. SPY is testing new lows on the session. AMD puts are working out here. UNG is trying to bounce here, still weak on the session. Could be creating a little bit of a 2-minute or 1-minute falling wedge pattern. We're short AMD with some puts, we're long natural gas, and we're short SMCI common shares. Bitcoin still looking weak, coming down a little bit. Microsoft seeing a little bit of a red candle now. SPY is trying to hold double bottom. No bid in the Russell. Qs are still holding up the best. VIX is still pushing.
Maybe later through the day they give it back up. Starting with some more downtrend and stuff. Okay, so we'll try to get through that too. But for now, X just picked up a 5%, 5% on the underlying panel. That's a lot. And we got an option there. All right, enough rambling for me. Let's see what's happening here. And this is an important spaces for you guys to then listen on the recording and come back to, because I cost myself right now. I don't even want to tell you guys how much money for you guys. Okay, not only am I not charging you and taking money from you guys, I'm costing myself money, and happily, because I know I'm making somewhere else. I know I'm a successful guy. This is the way for me to do it. I know that on a painful day like this, Dow down 5, S&P down 70 points. S&P down 100 points in the day is always a crazy thing. But the NASDAQ is fighting. Okay, on a day like this, when the small caps are down 3%, stuff like this, usually the NASDAQ will be down 2.5%. Maybe that's still coming. I hope not, but that's the case there. I think there's just more opportunity still to get the dips in these things, because
Thanks, Kane. Appreciate you checking in.
the story, right, in AMD hasn't changed.
All right, so AMD is starting to weaken a little bit here, trying to lose the short-term moving average on the 1-minute chart. Yet SMCI tried to make a big push up, putting in a little bit of a bear flag on the 1-minute chart. This should break down further. Qs are consolidating, so they are the strongest indices. SPY's at the lows of the session. Russell's at the lows, but catching a small bounce right now. Nat Gas is UNG is trading at 15.45, basically 7 cents out of the money on that trade right now. But it's a starter position in that name. We still have tons and tons of maneuverability. If we look at natural gas now, UNG is trying to get a little bit of a push up here. You can see you're breaking out of this little potential wedge pattern. So I do see this little bit of a wedge pattern. It's a falling wedge. Falling wedge patterns are typically more bullish, and we are getting a little bit of a breakout right now.
Cyclical trade for people that were like, oh, I want to get back to value. These tech stocks have to go off. The economy is roaring. At some point, a cement company will have better earnings and guidance and percentage than Apple stock, and that'll be the place to be versus Apple. And on a day when the Dow's down 500, it's telling you that, and the small caps just a little. This is just me guessing from experience, but zeitgeist if I talk to big market participants. Is the at the moment for the first 30 or 40 minutes of the market, the message from the market is one of, oh no, inflation is stickier, the Fed could be higher for longer. Higher for longer means they're back. They have the baseball bat back in their hand. It's the kneecaps of the market.
All right, so the S&P just made a brand new low, guys. S&P just made new lows. So we're still riding an SMCI short, AMD put. Nat gas is firmed up. You can see UNG. We're basically in the money now.
Garlic, have you taken anything or not? No, I think I just missed SE. Oh, and I definitely missed shop. Holy shit. Just fell $2. Yuck. Yeah, I missed SE. Not really as aggressive price action as I was expecting. Yeah, I thought we were going to get something a lot more right now. A little slow on the momentum side of things right now, so. I agree with you. I really thought we were going to be moving.
So nice push up in UNG here, guys. Nice push in UNG. We are seeing that gas trying to firm up.
They didn't even move SPY, to be honest. They just moved Qs.
SPY is still falling here.
Another thing. Didn't even touch SPY. Hold the agents. Right on the daily. Damn. SE just died. Contracts that I was looking at are like 24% already. Shame. It's a shame. I'm watching Tez.
So semiconductors are getting a big push. AMD, SMCI.
She's been doing all right.
Still holding my shorts. Still holding a long on this nat gas. It is moving up nicely. This one could make a red to green reversal today. It absolutely could.
So I'm just waiting here. I keep thinking though, if we're just falling all day, I would love to get short right now. If we're gonna fall all day, but just risk to reward, I'm not feeling it here. Yeah, so I'm not feeling it either. Yeah. Like I know if they fall all day, later I'm gonna be like, shit, I should have shorted, but like risk to reward. Look, AQ, open kind of rally. Yeah. An hourly looking big hammer. But I'm looking at the hourly, I'm looking at the EMA, the other EMA is
The dollar's pushing for new highs, guys. So the dollar is pushing for new highs.
And it's 74 cents. Like, so, like, we're like stopped around here. I mean, I've had a couple. I've bought some dips and sold some rallies, small, like, 5 or 10 lots, but like, I'm out. Because one of these, I'm going to get caught. Yeah, I'm waiting for better entry either way. Like, I've been buying it at 40, selling it at 25.
SPY new lows. Russell's at the lows.
I like the higher the low from the opening, or
A little bit of a head and shoulders on the QQQ chart here, guys. If we break this little neckline, which we're doing right now, you've triggered a little bit of a breakdown. You can even say you can carry that neckline forward. Still holding SMCI short, AMD puts, and nat gas long. SPY's at the dead lows. Qs are off of the lows. Russell's at the dead lows. Sorry, I'm just mixing a green drink here. Just give me a second. Dollar just made a new high of day. VIX is also pushing up here. You're now 6.37% on the UVXY. Pretty important to recognize the VIX pushing. Look at this big push in nat gas now, guys. Nice push.
Look at this guy. It's not good. I do have a problem.
Qs are down 1.6, SPY's down 1.47, Russell's down 3.85, dollar's up 0.7, VIX is up 6.7. We're still seeing the Qs bouncing the most out of all of the indices here. AMD's bounced, Amazon, Microsoft, Tesla, Meta. So the Magnificent Seven have seen a buy the dip come in, but then you look at S&P 500 stocks and they're lagging they're definitely lagging. You do have all sectors negative on the session today. All sectors are negative. So this is currently speaking, a broad market sell-off across the board. Even copper's negative, lumber's negative, gold, silver, Bitcoin.
Still holding the hourly 200 EMA.
Mara's down 9% today. Shopify down 8.8. Ford getting hit. A lot of top wicks forming on NVDA here.
Watching Netflix here. I think we get moving to that daily 21 EMA. 540-ish.
Coca-Cola's positive. Hershey's positive. Some insurance stocks are positive. Healthcare, a couple healthcare stocks. New lows on the Russell 2000. S&P's targeting new lows as well.
I'm grabbing some Netflix 545 puts just to 5 minutes CBC. Hasn't flipped CBC yet, so it is a little riskier on that. But I do like this spot we're retesting. Retesting this 15-minute 9 EMA.
NVDA is losing some short-term moving averages here. See the Qs breaking that trend line. Natural gas is still down 3.3%. Don't be surprised if natural gas makes a bullish reversal and turns green. Don't be new lows on the S&P. So don't be surprised if nat gas can make a red to green reversal. There's a lot of money that's coming out of this market that can influence the commodity space.
It's a beast.
So again, the Qs haven't made a new low, but the SPY since the open has made 1, 2, 3 new lows. So it just shows you people are still piling into mega cap tech, still not really believing these rate cuts. You have to anticipate that semis are still a very risky market environment with their valuations and trading at their multiples. So with all that said, I still think semis should be making, or at least the Qs should probably make some new lows today. Again, I still haven't hit my buyable range in the Qs. Remember, we have a buyable range. I don't know why that's there. We have a buyable range down here at 424.33 and 422.15. We have a buyable range on the long side. Nat gas is starting to move up nicely here. We're basically long UNG. It equates to roughly this 169 zone on UNG, so we are up nicely. We bought in at 15.52 at the UNG for a day trade, and it's now at 15.69, so we're already up 17 cents a share. Good to see that that's working well.
Let's see a harsh rejection off that 15-minute 9. Oof.
Still riding 167 puts on AMD. Still riding an SMCI short. Russell just keeps bleeding. Russell is still just bleeding here. Oil slightly green. Affirm getting shellacked, down 10%. Celsius, CellH down 1.5%. ARM is down 14%. That HOLO is a high-flying momentum stock, so that one's actually still holding up okay. HOLO, this one's positive on the session, trying to get a nice push. I think it could actually hit gap fill today, based the fact that it's actually positive in a weak market is kind of interesting. Keep this one on watch.
Okay, I'm going long.
All right, guys, high risk play. I just went long this HOLO at 2185. 2185 long HOLO. We're looking for a move to test the high of the day. This is a small position because it's super risky. Has rather large outsized moves. Huge push on NVDA and the semis. Big rejection there on HOLO. And guys, NVIDIA did hit my stop loss, so I apologize about that trade. It did stop me out at that 762.09. Still holding AMD puts, but NVIDIA is trying to go green on the session. Wow. Nat gas took a little bit of a dip here. Look at the QQQ again. That one had a move to the high side of the channel, primarily led by NVIDIA. Big push in the QQQ market. Tesla's still weak. It really hasn't participated in that bounce. That was purely a semiconductor bounce that lifted the Qs. Tesla just can't get out of its own way. Even as the market's bouncing, Tesla's not participating. Amazing to see NVIDIA almost turning green. AMD, SMCI is green. So continuation strength in the semiconductors.
shot 89 calls.
Alright guys, I'm taking a short on NVIDIA here, 721.80. 721.80. 1/4 entry. It's a 1/4 entry short on NVIDIA. What a move. From dipping down to going positive, that is impeccable. Next ad level on NVIDIA is basically going to be into this next pivot zone. If it gets there.
You go square? Yeah, sorry, square. Yes. Nice pump. Touch pressure right at 495. It's really projected this morning.
So we're seeing a big bounce coming into the semis, the Qs, the Russell. Pretty much everything is participating. VIX is still up 7%. QQQ might want to attack the EMA 113, but your big resistance is coming up into 429.88 zone. You can see you have this previous little pivot high zone, breakaway gap.
I don't want to chase big walk rates or anyone to chase them. I would target the 50 EMA on the 10 minute at 796. Nice $1,000 bill there. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, I had to get stopped out first. It's not as much money as I should have had. It's okay. Still got it all back. So. Square coming up to 65.99. That would be target 2. I still have about 30% of my shares left. Oh, sorry, options.
SPY is still pushing, Qs are still pushing, AMD is about to go green.
What if they just retrace this whole entire fucking move? Oh my gosh. How wild would that be? That would make sense for the market we're currently in. Yeah, it would. That's how fucking crazy that is. It would also, yeah, it would throw me off too. Should be right along.
So NVIDIA's gone green, SMCI's gone green. Miraculous strength continuing to be displayed in the semis. You still have all sectors red on the day. So it's still a broad market sell-off despite this little intraday pop and move.
Watching a fire for a long, but it's not breaking out here. I want to get it above 40.50. Over that, I'd go long on a close.
Nat Gas has done a full-on retrace right back to our entry. So still amazing weakness in Nat Gas market. Qs are still pushing up here. You see we're tapping that resistance right now.
All the indices going up, Qs by IWM, or at least the ones that we follow. IWM, we have diverged 10, 15, lower lows. Lots of firm here.
So Qs are still pushing here through the back of the semiconductor strength. Still short NVIDIA along this HOLO.
Don't be fooled by this reversal right now. They could have orders, sellers could have orders filled again close to that CPI supply, which we are getting relatively close to, but still about 100 points away, 90 points away. We are getting that downside pull again. So right there, at the top, there is the CPI game plan. You can see where we sold off. This is from January 11th, so the previous CPI sold off. We have a reversal bounce. Looks just like how NQ.
All right, guys, I'm moving a stop up on this HOLO. I'm putting an in-the-money stop here at 22.10. 22.10. We're protecting that trade.
Take the $1,200.
NVIDIA is still pushing. Same thing with AMD. AMD is about to fill its gap zone. I'm interested in shorting AMD common shares at that gap fill. Still riding put options on AMD, which are kind of smoking me right now. All right, guys, I'm moving stops up on this HOLO. Just moved it up to 22.41. So we've now closed a guaranteed 2.62% move on this HOLO, and we're riding more. AMD is getting rejected at the highs. All right, guys, HOL just stopped us out there for a nice gain. That's why you tighten up those stops. Look at that drop. That's why you put stops in. It's a prime example. So we're fully out of that trade. Nice little win there, 2.6%. QQQ starting to come in a little bit more. Still hasn't tagged that EMA 113 yet. Still riding natural gas. Let's take a quick peek at the UNG. UNG did have a big move up and then a big move down, trying to potentially firm up yet again. I'm still riding it at this 1552 level, so I'm still optimistic that natural gas has another push. Still short NVIDIA.
Is that down or up now? Some momentum off the lows with the rising volume in the hedge. Reliance is really negative on rocket scooter, negative 50. That's That's why if we do get that pop to the half gap, we'll have the slap shorts there.
Alright, so we're now seeing NVIDIA slowly rolling over just a tad. Nothing crazy yet. Crypto stocks still under a little bit of pressure here. The dollar has taken a little bit of a breather. All sectors are still red. Yeah, there's certainly a case for hydrogen companies there. Sorry if I'm going to pronounce your name incorrectly. Zmar is the S silent, so Zmar. Zmarpad is talking about H2 hydrogen companies. There's a case because you just had Toyota announce that they're exploring the hydrogen-based cars. So, I mean, if we make a big push out of EV movements to hydrogen, there's certainly a case for hydrogen vehicles, hydrogen-based companies to do well. Do you have any tickers that you're watching there, Smar, in terms of the hydrogen space? I don't have a crazy amount of information to give you, but I am watching it closely to see if there's future developments, because if we go hydrogen-based, that's certainly going to be a really, really big positive for the economy, positive for new tech. There'll be some headwinds, in the EV space, I imagine. I know there's some hydrogen ETFs. All right, guys, NVIDIA is pushing up. We may add again to NVIDIA. I know there's a ticker called HJEN. That's a hydrogen ETF, HJEN. Let's take a quick peek at that. NVIDIA, I am about to add to my short here. All right, I just added to NVIDIA there at 727. Let's take a look at this HGen ETF. It's in a downtrend, light volume ETF, so it does not trade a lot of volume. Not a lot of history as well. Wow, the insane moves in these semis are ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Spot here, 200 EMA on the 5. Yesterday's low. Just trying to get above it though. By the way, I'm just looking at this. They're gonna send all the test stocks to me. They're only $1 away. There's just no. It's gonna happen. They got it. It's 100% gonna happen. This is crazy. Snowy? What's going on with snow? Oh, it's trying to pick up. It's a nice opening.
Alright guys, I just shorted AMD at 172.30. 172.30. Starter position. We have a 2/4 position in NVDA short. And now we're also shorting in AMD with common shares.
That's why I wasn't short. The momentum was too strong after that. So get a pop to that half gap.
Next ad level on NVIDIA is around 733, above 733. But they've sent NVIDIA green, SMCI green, and AMD green. Go figure.
Fun fact, Casey did not stop trading. We are all we are addicted. So if those names go green, you're looking at Q to about 431.88, 432. Apple, Amazon, and Google. And Meta, sorry. Forgot about Meta.
What a miraculous move. This is insane. Just by the dip continuing. They're not really believing yields. They're not believing the dollar. Despite the dollar breaking out on the daily chart, tech stocks are just continuing to scream higher here across the board. NVIDIA leading the charge with SMCI, AMD. Still have all indices negative. QQQ is down 1%, SPY is down 1.17, IWM is down 3.38. So 733.42 is the next target on NVIDIA.
The next 30 minutes once my price target before it expires. So it's hold. Nah, I don't feel it. Oh, here we go. Okay. Damn, EQ is insane right now. I'm putting
UNG is catching another bid.
He's doing it all. Be careful for that CPI, selling gas. This looks just like that CPI chart that's been at the top. When we get close to that CPI selling gas, I do expect some stepping from the free market.
Talk about buy the dip. Holy.
So, NQ, as it gets closer, I would be trimming more or scalping and taking profit much more quickly. But what a move! Yeah, we should have held at least one more.
Looks like at this rate, NVIDIA is going to make a new all-time high. Still riding my nat gas long. AMD short. NVDA short.
Yeah. He's made about play 15 predictions. Oh boy. I would be aware. I don't know if I said this already on Spaces, but last few weeks we have been getting those moves over hedge, but then like right over hedge they get slapped, which is weird. I don't think that's gonna happen here, but obviously just keep an eye just in case.
Bitcoin's still down about 2.2 or just over 2%. Nat gas is down 3.4. Oil's slightly green. Netflix is slightly green.
How far are we from that 845? We're like 63 points away. But I would be aware of like that previous support too. They could begin getting sell orders filled right over like 807. And that's only 20 points away. But you know, for me, it has to happen. Tweezer talk, evening star kind of look, CBC flip. Ideally on the 5 minute, but it must flip on the 10 minutes in reverse. Like it has to. The 5 you flip, 10 minutes.
All right, guys, I just added to my NVIDIA there at 732. 732.
I put all my predictions on top. Just to state, they're all
Average is 728.54. Still holding an AMD short at 172.30. That one I'm interested in adding around above 174.
I would think that kind of lines up with where I'm thinking. I don't know if that's just right. Nice to see. Nice move.
It's now 10:48, so we've been trading about an hour and 18 minutes here.
To the upside.
An hour and 18 minutes into this market session, and we have seen the indices firm up quite substantially.
I'm looking for call spread, I think. Especially after the move we've had. But let's see. A little call spready? Spread them thin on the calls? Yeah, I could have did a put one right in kind of near open. Sold it already. I'm in full position short, guys. Oh, shit. I do not like the sound of that. Well, I got tightened up, but I think I reversed scaled it also at 1, also 2, then also 4, then also 8, then also 16, then also 32. Okay. You know what I mean? That's how it's kind of. So, like, I'm ready to get profit. I need to move down to 1705, 17705. That's 1720, somewhere down there. Hey, that's it for me, guys. Pleasure making money with you all. Good game plan for CPI. I will catch you guys all tomorrow morning. But until next time, yeah, you guys have a great day. Love y'all. Deuces. 5-minute candle closes above hedge, kind of flagging at the top here. I'm still personally not in anything. I tried those little Netflix shorts earlier, but stopped out of those for 14% loss, 15% loss. There you go, Frank. I'm waiting to short the pop. Ooh, are they doing? That was it. That was it, gravy. I want higher, man. They might. If they CBC flip it, yeah, I can take it. They are trying to CBC flip it. God, they're trying to do what they've done, man. They've been taking it right above hedge pressure, Frank, on the SPY at least. Making it look like she wants to, like, rock it off of it, and then they tank it right there. It's been happening a lot. I think waiting for a 10-minute CBC flip, try and enter shorts is probably a smarter thing, since I just don't love the risk to reward here.
So we're still seeing some strength in NVDA and the semiconductors. Tesla's weak, it's pulling in. Apple's trying to curl up, still inside of a huge 10-minute volume bar. AMD's gone green, SMCI's gone green. Semis are still weak across the board, but you have had a lot of firming up in price action. Pretty miraculous reversal in some of these QQQ stocks. The Russell's still being slaughtered down the most. All sectors are still red on the session. Dollars near the highs, having a technical daily chart breakout. Yields are up 2.7 on the 2-year, 2.3 on the 10-year, and 1.65% on the 20-year. The rate cut expectations have moved from 6 rate cuts this year down to between 3 and 4. So when you factor in where indices are still trading, where stocks are still trading valuations, we really haven't seen the big adjustment take place, although there is some selling occurring today, trying to recalibrate things in accordance with where the new rate expectations are. Transport stocks getting hit really hard today.
I need to shut this fool out, man. Really good trader in the chat. That's why I love the live streams as well, because it allows me to kind of connect with people more. And bro, this guy kills it trading.
Oil's trying to make another push higher here. It is positive on the session. Energy stocks are negative.
I was gonna say you didn't take any tax yet?
Apple looks like it's trying to go green as well. It's still down 0.5%, but it is bounced significantly off of the lows. Meta's starting to curl down now. Tesla's going for the low of day, so that's going to weigh in on the XLY along with Amazon. It should push Amazon lower if Tesla keeps falling.
Apple's just about to hit the 200. I was looking at the 200, by the way, but Apple just hit the 200.
Tesla's way underperforming the Qs. Microsoft's underperforming the Qs as well. Microsoft's still down 1.5%. And you have Meta down 0.8, Amazon down 1.25, Google down 0.79. So you've had NVIDIA reclaiming that spot from Amazon. It's bigger than Amazon. Go figure, right? A company doing 190 billion in quarterly revenue versus NVIDIA that's just expected to do about 20 billion is much bigger. That's wild. And that's a prime example of how sometimes fundamental analysis can leave you astray. I do think the fundamentals will bring NVIDIA's stock price back in line. But when you factor in a huge discrepancy, 20 billion, let's say NVIDIA even does 25 billion, 25% beat on its current estimate. Going into it, their market's expecting about a 20 billion in revenue for NVIDIA. Amazon just did around 193 billion. That's 170 billion in less revenue than Amazon, and NVIDIA is much bigger than Amazon. Like, go figure, eh? Go figure. How much hype can AI price in? How much can this new tech space keep trending higher until the fundamentals have to come back in line? It's just a prime example of how momentum, how bubbles, how speculation, how hype, ultimately hype, is driven in this market.
All right, boys. This is where my first entry was, right here. Yeah, we're at that. That's why you scale this animal.
All right, so we're still holding our natural gas long, our UNG. We're up slightly on that trade. We're still holding an NVIDIA short common shares. It's a 3/4 position short with this average at 728.54. We're also holding an AMD short simultaneously, which we're basically just flat on. So AMD, we got filled here at this 172.30. Still holding puts and common shares short on AMD. So let's see if this market wants to come back in. We are seeing the S&P losing some key moving averages. Same thing with the Qs, getting rejected at that EMA 113. First support, we're being tagged right now. If you break that support, you're likely going to come back down to 427.74. And I still have it priced in that we could test 424 and maybe even 422 on the Qs. It sounds like a long shot, but don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. This is a broad market sell-off today that is occurring, and we've just had to buy the dip, day trading bounce. Oil's moving back up. Huge volume coming in UNG. Huge volume coming in UNG.
If we dip more, I see 429.50, another 30 cents on Qs. Don't know the translation to points on the entry. All right. Nice.
So we're in the money on our AMD, we're in the money on our NVIDIA, in the money on our natural gas, but that one still looks so weak. Just can't seem to catch a real big bid. That would be an ultimate FU to the bulls and the bears if NVIDIA comes all the way back down to the lows. They've roped in all that liquidity again. That would be the ultimate FU to both sides of the trade. You had a lot of people piling in on the short side, basically down here, and they rip it back up. And then they force people to cover, and then they switch people long. Imagine they flip them back all the way down. We'll see. Oil's tagging the daily 200. It's a fight going on right now between the daily 200 MA and oil. Daily 200 MA is sitting at 77.30. Actually, 77.30.01.
Oh shit! Frank the motherfucking tank. Beast mode activated. Alright guys, chicken lobster tonight. Chicken lobster, baby. Are you door dashing this or are you going out? We're bringing the restaurant. We're bringing the restaurant into the. Oh. It's too chilly out. Alright, I'll be back, guys. I'm gonna go to bed. Sounds good. No worries.
All right, so price action is getting a little slow here. You know, volatility is being sucked out, but you still have the VIX up 6%, over 6%.
I grabbed him. Let's get that 5 minutes CPC. But if it can't work here, I'm gonna have to do it at that half gap.
Nat gas continuing to sell.
Hate this area we're at, man. Keep fighting. If it's a half gap, we'll take it, baby. Glad they gave me the bounce right after that CBC flipped to short. I hate when it like flips CBC and then just like continuously keeps tanking or ripping and doesn't give you like that little opportunity to kind of grab it. Bounce it. Now, does it hold or not? Machine. They're still bouncing it, man. It's a nice bounce, I'll be honest. Yeah. I actually thought they were going to try to break it down a little bit, but maybe not. It's back and forth with the CBC. It's just. This could be the higher low, technically, if they wanted it. Yeah, it could. Oh, I see you. I see you. Definitely didn't want to see that bounce. Getting back to 186. Google's trying to bounce Meta, Microsoft. No ghost is on BA. NVDA is about to go high day again. Try to see why we're moving. Didn't flip CBC bullish, but it don't like that. SPY's already about to be high day. It's just pennies a couple. 15 cents.
cents. SPY didn't get the drop that Q's did, that's for sure. Q's got $1.70. SPY dropped. I mean, compared to how they move, but SPY dropped 50 to 60 cents. IWM just ripped. 50-cent candle there. New highs, I should say, since the drop, but it's coming up to the 9:30 open price now.
Now this area is just a struggle. Both sides. SPY inverse. I mean, yeah, if you played patterns, I guess it's a little inverse. Again, I just hate patterns. But yeah, it's there. You got a little left shoulder, pre-market, a little head there, right shoulder.
By the way, SPY is 6 cents from Friday. WM is 30 cents. Dollar is kind of forming head and shoulders, maybe. At least kind of at the top there, top. TNX not really going higher. VIX is starting to slowly grow down. NVDA is about to be a high day. AIM is going to be a high day. Watching first.
Do it or don't.
Okay, that goes by new high day.
So S&P is trying to break out here. The S&P is trying to break out. Going for high of day.
2 minutes to trigger my stop. So BH 25%. Let's go. She's doing some work off those lows. The market closed next Monday. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
The market closed next Monday.
Jordan, can you bring up paper?
Oh yeah. Fuck.
He just texted me because why don't you ever love me?
Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Monday closed. That sucks. Hey! But it'll be a nice long weekend. Hey!
Monday.
Hey! Monday.
Oh, President's Day.
Washington.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah, it's President's Day, I think it is. Right?
Nice. Who has NVDA longs?
I have you long.
Oh, yes.
NVIDIA new high day?
Yeah. Oh my god.
So they're just ripping NVIDIA up here. Next ad level is going to be at the 737.50. Wow, impressive to see the resiliency in these semis continuing.
I was very close.
The Russell's bouncing as well.
And I was like, oh, this downtrend is looking to fail. So I'm like starting to close out. I'm like, oh god, it's like short, and then like instantly starts.
Oil had a big push to the high side there, back above the daily 200. Still holding short AMD, NVIDIA, long natural gas.
Oh, I know. I was thinking of you. Well, I said why not? Look at today's like day of patience, right? And like all of it is just like boom, turn green again.
So Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, Meta, Amazon, Google, all negative. The only thing that's rallied is really semis. The VIX is faded. It's only up about 5% now, the UVXY.
We'll see the SPY really. I really see SPY closing over 46, which is
Bitcoin's still below 49,000, trading at 48.7.
a little reversal today. Q's already done it. Really, for me, it's like as long as she closes over.
Anybody still holding that HOLO? That thing ripped. That thing absolutely ripped. Remember, we entered down here, took some profits. Probably should have held it because look at that gain. I mean, 27% ripper. So again, anyone that was still holding that, nice job. We entered down here, sold for a couple percent off of a stop loss. That's just how she goes. That's just how she goes. Nat gas still down about 4%. Dollar's trying to curl back up again. But QQQ tech stocks are just too strong at the moment. They're trying to continue to push higher here. Again, they've taken a lot of the semiconductors green. A lot of the heavier weighted stocks like AMD, SMCI, NVDA have turned green, which is why the Qs have rallied so much. But there's still a lot of selling occurring in Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Apple, Tesla. So the theme again is a semiconductor bounce, and that's pretty much it. I'm going to take a little break around that 11:30 time frame, but I'll be back on for the afternoon half. I'll keep the stream going, and I'll update you on any of my positions if things change.
That's my favorite ticker. No, it's not. Wait, I thought you liked Nia. It wasn't Nia. No. It's one of the tickers that you would stock forever and then didn't take the trade. But then we got this. I grabbed this morning. Palantir. It's my girl. Gone. That's gone. I'm chasing it. You didn't grab it. I chased it. Well, that's right. 5 shares. I have March. It's your Target. Your Target. Target. Why? What is Target doing?
Qs are still down 1.1, IWM is down 2.87, SPY is down 1.14. Microsoft underperforming both the Qs and the SPYs, so that's a little bit of a red flag for the entire market because it's the world's largest company, right?
I think maybe you have to zoom out. Zoom out? Yeah. Use a 30 and then look back for the entire year. A 30-minute? 30-minute interval. And look at year to date. Okay, so January 1st. At least January 1st. What, just the stair step? You see the January 11th highs. 144.16. Highs. 144.60. You see where it was resisted by February 1st, and then it popped, and then it broke down to the same spot, 144.60, on the 5th of February. I see. Again on the 6th, then it popped again on the 6th, and then today it's pulled back and stopped for your classic, what do we call this? SY flip.
Buying Qs needs to push up here, otherwise we really get fucked up here. Fucked up.
Yeah, back and forth jockey this morning. Red on the week here today. It's a pretty bad, but first red week starting in a little while here.
It's okay. It's
okay. Honestly, my entries have just been pretty shit lately.
Now we're seeing a little bit of weakness creep back into the semiconductors, nat gas. I'm still holding that long. Oil's still moving up here, up 1% now on oil. Oil's clearly above the daily 200, tagging the daily 100 MA right now. AMD, NVDA seeing a little bit of weakness with the Qs. Again, potential lower high here off of the Qs. You do have a potential higher low though. So here's your low, low, higher low. So you're just forming a little bit of a wedge pattern. AMD were flat, NVIDIA were slightly down. UNG were slightly green. All sectors are still red on the session, guys. So a lot of distribution has been occurring today, and they bounced the indices, roping in new liquidity, covering shorts through the semiconductors. But we'll see how much of a bounce this truly is, or if we test the low end of the range. There's a strong chance we test the low end of the range.
Okay, I'm short. QQQ 430 puts. 430 puts. Oh wow. Of course.
The dollar is trying to move back to the high side again. So a little mini short-term breakout intraday on the dollar as well, which does suggest that we could move to the high end of the range.
Yeah, 430 puts.
So it does suggest a move back to about 104.87. You lose this pivot here on the Qs, 429.66-ish, and you really should retest 428.59. Maybe even pre-market low. Pre-market low is all the way down at 427 here.
Okay, stop at break even on remaining.
We're holding this 15-minute 9 so far. We got to break it over the retest right now.
Bounce there. Q stopped in profit. Break even on the remaining. so that was another. That was another divergence. Probably went really quick on that one, but SPY looks better than Qs now, which is funny because Qs look better than SPY all day. Dollar trying to come back up again. If it rejects here, that's a head and shoulders or possible triple top depending on where it sits. VIX is going lower. Let's see. All these big tech names don't look that good except AMD and NVDA, but they're actually not looking good themselves. What are we doing here?
Good morning, everyone.
What up, Michael? You have a good day?
Amazing.
Very nice.
I think RBLX is $44 calls. I'm gonna try that.
Breaks are high. Shit.
One day you're gonna wake up and roll over next to somebody that's completely obsessed with you. It's probably gonna be a dog, but it is what it is.
All right, so nat gas had a little bit of a dip there, back below our entry. Now it's back above our entry. Oil stocks look primed and ready to move higher here as oil's continuing to rip. So that's again going to apply more pressure on the inflation front. If oil gets above 80, that's also setting up for now a February CPI print, which we'll get in March. that could be also catastrophic for the markets. So, I mean, really the rate hikes that the indices are pricing in should start to wane here, especially if oil and energy get a moving here or keep moving higher. So right now you have the S&P starting to outperform the NASDAQ stocks. So you're actually seeing the S&P pushing for new highs, but the Qs are still stuck below their highs of day. NVIDIA's faded from the highs. AMD's faded from the highs. But the S&P is looking a little bit more firm.
I'm gonna add to my ARM $200 calls for this week. Mikey, good morning. Good morning. How you doing? Good. How about you, my bro? Doing well, thank you. Me right now, I'm still doing ARM. Let's see if it works. RBLX new high a day for those who took the $30 calls with me. Up 18%.
The Fed has a serious problem here. I mean, just when you look at like how strong the dollar is today, up tremendously, daily chart breakout, and then you look at oil. Oil is also up. That's a huge phenomenon, a big divergence occurring. I mean, to have both oil and the dollar up, and take a look at this little intraday pattern that oil triggered here. On the 20-minute chart, you broke this little neckline, rejection, retrace support. I mean, this should give oil a boost to about at least, $78 a barrel. So again, we're in this stage where oil's trying to rally while the dollar's rallying. That's a big divergence, a correlation divergence. You take a look at where oil's trading. It's above the daily 200 here in blue. So, I mean, this could be a big problem for the Fed and equity markets. Remember, I mean, if you have a scenario where the dollar and oil is moving up, that's two massive headwinds. You can arguably say that there's another inverted head and shoulders forming on oil here, guys. And that's a big problem for the Fed. If oil begins to move up simultaneously while the dollar moves up, I mean, take a look at this pattern. Imagine you break this neckline on oil here, pivot to pivot here. If you break that neckline, I mean, wow, is there a scenario where oil can actually go up another 14% to 90 a barrel? That would put you at roughly a perfect retrace of this little original head and shoulders pattern. This is your previous neckline. So that breakout in oil puts you to this neckline. That would be astonishing, in my opinion. Great for energy stocks, but negative for consumers, negative for inflation. So I mean, these are just little things that you have to wonder if they're going to pan out. You wonder if this is going to pan out. And if that pans out, I mean, you wonder where the markets have to be if oil's trading at basically $90 again. It's kind of a long shot. I mean, the Fed's going to have to really induce a recession, aka almost crash this market, because we're trading still near the all-time highs, obscene evaluations. Alright guys, so I'm still holding my NVIDIA short, AMD short, and nat gas long. Basically, I am going to take a little bit of a break here, and if anything else changes, I will be sure to hop on the mic and let you know. But I am going to take a little bit of a break here, get some lunch and food, and I'll see you in the afternoon session. Hey guys, I'm here back in front of the mic. So basically we've seen, since I left this morning, we've seen the Qs fall sharply. We took profits on our NVDA short. Basically we covered some of it down here, put it in the chat. Still riding the second half short position on NVIDIA with an in-the-money stop, so that trade is risk-free. I'm still riding the full AMD short as well. Our average is sitting at this 172.30 zone. And I do have those puts, those 168 puts on AMD that we took. So basically, hopefully those can still come down and get in the money. We are seeing the markets trying to float up here, but the S&P's pretty much at the lows of the session. The Russell's off of the lows. The Qs are off of the lows. I do anticipate, since the Dixie is charging near the highs of the session again, you have the VIX still pushing up. You have yields still pushing up on the short end of the curve, that there's still a chance that the Qs can retest the low of day. And basically, if the Qs retest low of day, SPY will likely also make new lows on the session. Right now, you still have oil ripping up 1.4% on the daily session. So that's another potential headwind for the market. Looks to be a potential little bear flag forming on the QQQ chart here. Semiconductors are still weak across the board. You have the SOXS outperforming. Here you can see, if I flip to the daily chart of the SOXX, we've started a new little paradigm shift here. Basically, our last cycle took us 71 days long, from this October 30th to basically here February. So this gap down right now, you are above the short-term 7-day moving average on the semiconductor chart, but it is looking vulnerable. I'm watching this level on the daily chart. I'm looking to see if we close below the 7-day, which would be bearish, or above the 7-day. Above the 7-day, we can keep rallying and fill the gap. We get a daily close below the 7-day, and then you're sort of in some sort of price action like this, where you may get more sell side pressure. And again, the bigger support level off of this pullback, I still think that we should retest this 584 area over here. So we'll watch that semiconductor chart to see if we get a close back above that 7-day moving average, which is sitting currently at 614.20. We're above it right now, but 614.20 is going to be a pretty big level to watch, in my opinion. A couple things to notice. You have Microsoft actually lagging the QQQ. So remember, Microsoft has been one of the bellwether mega caps, outperforming the Qs pretty much on every daily chart session. And now you have Microsoft underperforming the Qs. NVIDIA, SMCI are the few semiconductors that are green on the session here. Small caps are getting trounced, down 3.39%. And basically, Apple's also down 1%. Outperforming the Qs, but still down. Tesla underperforming the Qs, down 2% on the session. You have Amazon, Meta, and where's Amazon? Amazon, Meta are also down on the session. Meta's down 0.8, Amazon's down 1.83. So Amazon underperforming the Qs, Meta outperforming the Qs. So again, I still think there's a lot of sell side pressure that could continue into the afternoon session. There's a lot of profits to unwind. You have the Dow Jones Transports down 2.49%. Every sector is red, including commodities like gold, silver, lumber, Bitcoin. Bitcoin has bounced tremendously, but take a look at this gold chart. I think it's really fascinating, and it really distinguishes that, okay, this is a firm dollar breakout. Gold triggering a head and shoulders pattern here on the daily chart, clearly breaking the neckline and trading underneath the daily EMA 113. That should be a big daily chart support level, but since we've consolidated above it, it is looking likely that gold's going to come down to about 1960, and then we'll just have to reassess from there. That'll be a big support level for the bulls, but if you lose that, then it's really 1811 on the gold chart. And really, if you look at what's happening in the dollar market, take a look at that daily chart breakout. That is a thing of beauty. The dollar has broken out with no uncertainty. That's a clear technical breakout, a nice bull flag breakout off of an inverted head and shoulders. This likely fulfills target 1 around 106.20, which should apply more pressure to these overall indice markets. Okay, but it doesn't mean the dollar can't take a breather. And again, when you factor in the inflation, coming in at 3.2% or 3.1%, Core came in higher around 3.9. This was to be expected. I mean, you can't have oil rallying in the month of January 9% and expect the inflation to come in tame or less. So I'm just going to keep watching NVIDIA since it is the bellwether stock here and it is positive. If NVIDIA goes negative, it's undoubtedly going to push these indices back lower. So I'm watching quite a few things here, and we'll just have to wait patiently. Again, still writing AMD puts, took profits on NVIDIA, still writing an AMD short, and we'll just have to reassess as things progress through this daily chart session. I might be getting a phone call in the next couple minutes, so I'll have to go silent on the mic if I do get that phone call. But again, right now you have the Dow Jones Transports down 2.49%. That's a big decline. XLRE is the worst performing sector, down 2.49% as well. Then you have utilities down 2%. Materials are down 1.59. Communications down 1.18. Energy down 0.5%. Financials down 1.49. Regionals are getting killed. Industrials down 1.18. Technology XLK down 1.65. Staples down 1.1. Real estate, again, I mentioned. Utilities, I mentioned. Healthcare down 0.89. And consumer discretionary XLY down 1.77. So a lot of sell side pressure, guys. Don't be surprised if we see a little bit more downside in some individual names. Some names I think have bottomed, but certain names like NVIDIA might have a little bit more downside to go in this daily chart session. It's very rare to see, the SOXX under or down quite a substantial margin, and XLK as well, and NVIDIA is just hanging on. And I've seen it before where they use these bellwether names to prop the market up ever so slightly, and then they flush it into the afternoon session. So that's what I think could happen here. I think we could see an afternoon potential flush in, say, the QQQ if NVIDIA starts to get thrown out here. At the moment, it's holding up, so you have to give it the respect that it's due, but we were still able to profit off of it. Again, anyone that was trading that HOLO with us, that was a magnificent move to the high side. I mean, we basically entered long on HOLO, basically right at this area here, 21.85, and look at that move it had. Boom. So an impressive, it's still outperforming the market. It's up 45%. Let's take a look at ARM. ARM has been another impressive one. Potential little head and shoulders here on the Qs forming, guys. Potential little head and shoulders here on the Qs. So if I draw in this little neckline from this pivot, you can see you're just putting in a little bit of a bear flag right along that zone. ARM still elevated. I think that one should come in more, but we'll just see if it has another hoorah rally to the upside, because that one has such a short, such a small float. Roughly 95% of the shares are in lockup. 5% of the shares are being traded right now. That's a small float, and it does have a high short interest. So, I mean, that one can certainly have some manipulation. If this QQQ breaks this little intraday head and shoulders pattern, you are at support. So technically, this is a buyable range for the Qs for a small bounce, but you could see a new low of day on the Qs. The measured move, the downside measured move that I have on the Qs, this would be a full extension move. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. Would be all the way down to a pierce of 424. So I have 423.93 as my downside full extension move. To the upside, my extension move is roughly 434.56. Now, again, it doesn't mean that these are going to play out. It just means that there's a potential for more upside. There's also a potential for upside. You have to know both sides of the trade. As of now, since we're in a little bit of a technical downtrend, every sector's red, dollar strong, yield strong, VIX strong. The headwinds are against the market. This is much more looking likely that pops are fading. And take a look at that. You had your morning rally, boom, and it's just being faded at the moment. Nareesh, this is how big sale this AM. This is how you add to your wealth. Yeah, I mean, it is. It could be. I still think that there's more downside in this market, especially when you factor in now we have a fundamental change in the market. You have a hotter CPI, not only this month, but last month. You've had two back-to-back hotter than consensus CPIs, and oil still looks like it's pushing higher here. What if the gasoline futures move up? Then you kind of have a a dual factor energy headwind that could apply pressure to this market. So when market participants go from 6 rate cuts to 3 or 4, one down day does not come back in line with the market valuations on a fundamental basis. So I still think that there's more downside. I mean, just look at small caps giving up the 2 daily chart breakout candles in one session. That's just how things move so drastically. Look at gold, look at silver. One down day on the S&P of 1.38 does not bring valuations back into alignment. So therefore, I still think, stocks are on sale. Typically, that is a good time to add to your long-term port, but I still think that there's more downside. So I'm personally not accumulating longs yet. There's buyable levels, but for me, it's lower. There's a SPY. SPY just, I believe, let me just see if it made a new low. Not yet. SPY is almost piercing a support level, and it looks like it wants to test the low of day. Does look like that. I have the low at 493.21. So you have Amazon bleeding lower, Google's bleeding lower, Microsoft's curling down. Definitely looks like a bear flag on the Qs.
Come on, SPY. Stop looking like doo-doo.
That's just like the emotions.
Tech's catching a bit, but SPY just.
It would be wild. I think it would catch everyone off base, including myself, as if inflation actually came back and started ripping higher, into the 4 or 5% range. I don't think it's going back to, say, 9% where it was at the highs when we went through this tightening cycle. But imagine that inflation went back to, say, 5%, 4 or 5%. How assets would be absolutely mispriced against that sort of a backdrop. And I mean, we've still seen resiliency in the labor market. You have stocks at all-time highs. The S&P Q still, roughly just slightly off their all-time highs. You have the labor market still showing absolute strength and resiliency. So therefore, spending is going to continue. And I mean, that would just shock everyone, in my opinion. And that would kind of go along the playbooks of how inflation in the 70s came back with a vengeance. And Paul Volcker had to basically rug pull the whole market to get things back in line. And this is the problem. I mean, we're all conditioned that the Fed has things under the cold. They're going to bring the Kool-Aid back. But, there is a scenario where Powell has to basically go against everyone and be the nasty, nasty, heavy hammer in the room, as if inflation keeps upticking. And that's the dangerous side of inflation, is it does have this negative feedback loop where it feeds itself. And oil, I mean, I'm just looking at this oil technically speaking. We've gone through this massive tightening cycle. We've tried to artificially slow the economy down. And oil just wants to bounce back up. It's been forming this stage 1 basing formation between this low 67 and this high 78. So there's about a $12, $13, $14 range that oil's trading in, but it's looking like it wants to go higher. Excuse me. And I think that would be a scenario that catches everyone off bases. I really do.
Mix over 15.
So the Qs are on the precipice of breaking this little neckline. Still technically are at support. Hasn't confirmed the break, but it's looking very, very likely doing so. I mean, I think that you should probably get a bounce off this level, and then I would expect a bigger right shoulder to form. But it's not what I don't dictate the market price action. I just trade in accordance with it. You do have AMD moving up, NVIDIA curling down. Amazon's looking for a big technical breakdown. If we lose 168 on Amazon, we could go back down to low of day. Bitcoin's had a nice big push. Microsoft's curling. Apple's curling down. So, I mean, those companies alone could definitely push those indices lower. Just give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. And I'm still holding my UNG long, by the way. All right, you're seeing more selling occurring in Microsoft, Amazon, NVDA, Apple. Qs are triggering this little head and shoulders, guys. So the Qs are triggering this little bearish pattern. I'm seeing quite a bit of head and shoulders everywhere. Apple, Microsoft's got one on the 10-minute chart. So let's just be careful. Airbnb flies tonight. We'll see. We will see. I actually haven't looked at that chart. I know it was on watch for a technical breakout. Let's pull it up. I do know that here in Canada, the Airbnb market is struggling. I manage quite a few Airbnbs, and things are picking up now, but it has been struggling over the last 3 months. But this chart does look definitely more on the bullish side. You know, you're above that little breakout trend line. You had a bearish breakdown here, which was met with a bullish reversal. So it is looking definitely a little bit more positive. Yeah, I mean, the technical pattern does favor higher price action. And I mean, you get a breakout out of this little inverse pattern here. You have a pretty big upside move, you know. That inverse head and shoulders on the weekly implies basically a 32% move, well, 24. So yeah, 185 target is certainly on watch, but it is looking more bullish. All right, so we did get a big breakdown on the Qs. 5-minute head and shoulders has occurred. That is sending weakness through the mega cap tech market. Remember, we're still riding NVIDIA on the short side, as well as AMD puts and common shares short. Still riding the full position on AMD. We covered half of our NVIDIA. Big level I'm watching here on AMD is this little trend line. We lose this trend line and you do open yourself up to another sell-off to about 169. Again, our average on AMD is sitting at 172.30. All the way back up here.
I'm getting my dick pushed in right now on Rivian. Yeah.
NVIDIA's back to the negative side.
Put Rivian on my watch list for my peak bot account, and it's sold to 15.5 puts.
The VIX is pushing for new highs now, up 8% on the session. So again, something here in the market is looking a little bit done to the upside. It's looking potentially that the VIX screaming higher, along with the dollar, along with oils. You have a catalyst at play here that could really push these markets down. Dixie, new high of day. So the dollar is continuing to make new highs on the session. Look at that little breakout. Just a beast. The Dixie is currently a little bit of a beast. You get a retrace to the neckline on the Qs. That can be used as a short zone and just keeping a tight stop loss. Oil's still trying to push. NVIDIA is coming back down. Again, NVIDIA is negative. Basically, this is where we opened. Big gap down, big push. Now we're basically back to where it opened.
I should have held on to some more SPY. Sheesh.
Let's have fun, gents. Yeah, we are. We are banking today.
Get it? That'll be 11.
Just my line in the sand.
Line in the sand, eh?
All right, I'm going to move my stop on NVIDIA just above these highs here. So I'm protecting the trade in the money, still holding half the position at 728. We took half of it off earlier for a nice gain. And now I'm just putting an in the money stop here at 724.49. Still think there's more downside based off of what we've triggered on the Qs, but we just want to protect the trade. Still holding AMD and UNG long. UNG were flat, AMD were nicely in the money, about a couple bucks.
When SPY hits that level, that's a big support area for me on the daily. I would be a buyer right there if I see some volume come in right there.
This is similar to 425. It's way low.
Yes.
It's about 420. Yeah, I'd say 425 in the short term. It's actually a little bit lower.
Damn, I'm getting hungry again. All this money's burning a hole in my stomach. I'm getting hungry.
Don't get me.
Oh my gosh, they're staying, bringing it down.
It's hard to fight the trend when you've triggered a bearish pattern here. Again, downside target off of this little intraday pattern takes you to 425, give or take. Dollar's still pushing, new highs on the dollar. Meta's curling down. Microsoft's still curling.
Let's go MJ, up 50% on the spot puts. Very nice. Paper, did you flip? Yeah, I flipped on Qs, but I'm already trimming. Gotcha, yeah. I'm just honestly. Yeah, no, I got out of the rest of mine. It's super chop here. Qs is triggered, but that's Spice trigger. But I'm not seeing like the flush that I would have liked to see if it was going to go. Oh, I do not like that break on my WM.
Yeah, we're just 1 point under where I was gonna get out. Right here, I'm probably gonna get out. Oh, recapture. That age played out on SPY.
Look at SPY, almost down to the low of day. You are getting a nice little pop in natural gas. So again, we're still holding this one long. We're long at 1552. It is trying to make a nice little push. Natural gas did hit my downside target today. My measured move downside target has been achieved on the daily chart of nat gas. You can see it tagged this measured move zone to a T. It's even pierced my beautiful, beautiful parallel channel. So this low, from this high to this low is the exact same move as this high to this low. It's about $1.45 respectively. And it is getting a nice stick, nat gas. So we're long basically at this 169 equivalent. It's 1552 on UNG.
So, like, hello, Evan. Oh, well, hello there. How we doing? Doing all right. Just got a good gym session in. So I'm feeling good. Nice. Got a nice steam room in after. I'm fresh and ready to go. Boom.
NVIDIA's back to the green side.
See if it holds up this demand. Hopefully good after
It's pushing the semis up, stopping the selling in the Qs.
What's going on? How's the day been treating you? Oh, today's been pretty good. Pretty good. Productive. Things happen. Yeah, and CLH rallying back to the from depths. That's always good. Oh, I haven't looked at her today. GCT did too. By the way, dude, you know I've been talking to GCT a lot. Yeah, I know you. I'm keeping an eye here and there. Up 60% on comments now. Beautiful. See if this thing can keep rolling. Very nice. Strength. It has such big moves. It was up 8% in pre-market. It was down 5% at 1020, and then it's up 3.5 now. All right, I'm working to get those hedge eye crew people up into here. Space with that. Let me know, baby. Yeah, we should have a Sharky, Mikey. Feel free to start something if you guys want to keep trading. Feel free, but yeah, we're ready to go whenever. Cool. Yeah. It's been a day. Wait until they jump on. Yeah. What are you gonna do? Tried to short buy a few times this morning. Stopped out, waited, shorted again. Finally made it happen, but still just haven't been on my A game, so.
You can see that head and shoulders still coming into fruition. Shorting the pops. Short the pops. Don't overcomplicate it right now. We're in a clear technical downtrend. Every sector red. Oil positive. VIX green. Yields green. Dollar green. Every single headwind that the market could be facing today, it's facing. We've had a bull run. Now the bears are going to make a run. So if you haven't secured profits on your longs, you're likely, you're probably going to be seeing a lot of downside, especially with this dollar breakout, and especially with the Fed rate cut expectations drastically changing from 6 this morning to now between 3 or 4, and that could change even more. I think we only get maybe 1 or 2 rate cuts. From the data I'm seeing in the employment, the labor market, it still doesn't really justify 3 or 4 rate cuts. We still have immense spending. We still have high GDP. We still have a resilient labor market. So until the labor market breaks down, the Fed is not cutting.
I'm going ahead. I'm getting a post pinned up into the top of the space right now. Recommend everyone go ahead and check that one out. That's going to give you everything.
The VIX is now up 9%. Dollar's almost pushing 105. Things are going to get nasty here. All right, I'll be right back.
Username, and you can also check out
Ouch. Big decline in NVDA. Big drop in NVIDIA. It's back to the negative side. So again, it's looking like we're almost at target here on the Qs. Still riding AMD short, NVIDIA short. Let's play ball. We're banking. We are banking today. SPY just made new lows. Take a look at that. That's a thing of beauty.
SPX, gamma flip line. It's always really important to keep an eye on that. We've actually turned into negative gamma territory as of when we were coming into the day. That gamma level is 49.80. But VIX, and from a VIX standpoint, we do have expiration tomorrow, so definitely it looks to me a little bit more like kind of some maybe Jocelyn and big players sort of repositioning their books ahead of expiration tomorrow, and we'll see if that kind of settles things down as we head into IPEX. But obviously, a lot going on right now, both today and this week, and economic data.
You have the Q's now down 1.87. Russell's almost down 4%. SPY's down 1.63. Again, NVIDIA's negative now.
Did you call me? Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry, you're cutting out there. Yeah, no, I'm right there with him. Actually, we talked about that on the power hour yesterday. Like CPI was like pretty much was the best and coming a little bit hot. Just
Big decline. Stocks are looking heavy here, guys. Heavy.
push up pressure, especially on the electricity side. And then what's also
Look at UNG go, guys. Tremendously beautiful price action. So our long trade is now working out extremely well on this natural gas play. Again, we bought down here. UNG is the trading vehicle we're using. And we're up nicely.
From today's market reaction of that, the market was not prepared to see this hotter print. That's where you start raising rates again, right? It's just the fact of them cutting rates. And now I think in May, it's only like a 41% chance to cut. So June is that quarterly time where you could see that cut taking place here. I don't think it's going to detour the Fed at all. If we do see the same type of situation happening with PCE, then I think that would be a little bit more of a cause for concern. But when you look at the ISM manufacturing and non-manufacturing,
look at the sell side pressure coming into the semis.
Last month, also just kind of keep in mind, there's like 4 different stages.
SMCI is still green, up 1.32%. SMCI is still green, up 1.32%. So I think that's going to go negative today. Our AMD position is printing, guys. Same thing with Nat Gas. That's now printing. Same thing with our NVIDIA short. That's been printing.
That's when we should be a little bit more concerned. This could be a little bit more stickier than we were trying to shake off the last 3 months. We've had 3 months of higher prints than the market's expected. And unfortunately, if we have the same type of print for this month like we have for next month, those
those base effects factors are not there anymore. We actually have a deceleration of core inflation, and I think that alone could cause some volatility. We're not there yet. That's something to keep on the radar.
VIX is now up 10.43%. Whoa. Things are flying here, guys. Things are flying.
Seeing how that CPI print came in today, any thoughts on how this leads towards more Fed decisions this year?
The UVXY is only our second biggest position.
It's pretty. We were certainly calling for the fact that I think coming into the year is like 95%. 95%. They were predicting about 91%. Kind of Q1, specifically like March, and obviously we are midway through February. Yeah, I mean, like kind of, I guess, sounding a bit like a broken record.
There's a lot of bloated positions on the long side that have to be unwound in this market. You can see the Qs are testing pre-market low right here. This is a big level for the Qs. Big level. Still the downside target off of this pattern is all the way here at 425. We may have a long trade. If we flush into that area, we could potentially go long.
But again, I mean, I think time will tell, but certainly higher for longer. I mean, the bond market is certainly pricing that in. The U.S. 10-year is now up at, basically 4.3. The 30-year is up at 4.45. The 2-year is up at 4.64. So that right there across the curve is telling you higher for longer. And I think I'd rather stick with that data and those data sets in terms of what the market is actually doing versus, the thoughts out of my little pea brain. So I think that's a big piece. For us in the 10-year, that was a big move, big kind of, basically big last week. In the past week, we saw our proprietary risk range that we leveraged called the volatility adjusted signaling process. It was putting in higher highs and higher lows in the 10-year, and then most recently, actually, if it closes up here, it goes above the trend line, which had been bearish for quite a while now. So moving back to bullish trend on the U.S. 10-year is obviously a new thing on the block, and we want to be paying attention to that. The VIX level today, if it goes up here, we'll move back to bullish trend on the VIX as well. But definitely need to, from the VIX standpoint anyway, to kind of and the trend. You don't want to just take really one data point or one closing price above that level as sort of like things are immediately shift. You kind of want to see some confirmation there, and then confirmation in terms of what the risk range is actually telling you. So I mean, this move with the SPX I think is quite interesting in terms of you've had a pretty big standard deviation move. This bit of a tail event. That's from 60 VIX, which is you get about those correlate about 1.5 to 2% move in the SPX. That's kind of looking like what we're
wow, big dump there in NVDA, big dump in the Qs, losing pre-market low. AMD, we're up tremendously here. We're up 1.6% now on the day trade. We're up 1.6% on the day trade. All right, guys, I'm covering my NVIDIA trade down here. I just covered NVIDIA at 717.97. That's a nice whopping gain from the 728. So really the only position we have right now is a UNG long, which is flying itself, and this AMD short. We're still short AMD from all the way up here, and we have 168 and 167 puts. So AMD common shares were up tremendously now on the position. I am actually going to put an in-the-money stop on this AMD trade. My stop loss is basically going to be here at 170.60 on AMD. 170.60. Take a look at our UNG position, guys. That thing is just ripping now. I do believe we could see nat gas going positive. Again, we're long and strong holding natural gas. So we're banking on all of our positions, our long and our shorts. Things are looking very, very clean. Very, very clean for our accounts.
Similar to sort of a shallow sort of quant one environment, which would be kind of Goldilocks, which is definitely kind of pretty much good for almost all of our
SMCI is still holding up. So now you have NVIDIA down 0.5%.
Like they're struggling, and it's like if you're a small cap investor, like I have a small cap portfolio, I'm not adding to my small cap portfolio for another month or two. Like it's gonna be bad. There's a clear rejection at 200. Yesterday,
Apple's testing the low of day. IWM's testing low of day. S&P's still selling.
I don't see a world where small caps will rally in the coming month or two until like we see some kind of momentum on rate cuts. And do you think money's going to continue going to those direct beneficiary of?
You are approaching some support on the SPY here. But I mean, if the Qs don't hit its support level, it makes the bounce in the SPY less likely. You know, I'm a firm believer that the QQQ leads this market, leads the dance of this market. So when things are selling off heavy, you got to wait for the Qs to hit truly technical support to get that big bounce in the SPY. And the same thing is true. I mean, when Qs are rallying, it often leads the S&P. What's interesting is you did have a magnificent bounce on the QQQ hourly chart intraday. That bounce occurred off of the EMA 113. So I want to show you something quickly. So QQQ hourly chart had a magnificent bounce this morning off of the EMA 113. See that bounce? We're testing it right now again. Take a look at the SPY. SPY is approaching the EMA 113. So this might be a decent area of support to basically go long for some scalps.
It's going to be a slow, gradual decline that's controlled. And that's my two cents on the macro.
So there is some support here. Not only do you have these previous pivots, this gap zone, you have this bounce zone here. So I mean, this area could be lucrative for the S&P, but you can see where there should be a little bit more downside. And this is going off of the basis, you know, very similar to what we saw in the QQQ chart this morning. We had a magnificent bounce off of that level. So maybe we get that same similar bounce. Tesla's making new lows. Apple's just slightly off of the lows. Google's tested. Google actually did make a new low there. Amazon's still off of the lows. NVIDIA's still off of the lows.
I haven't looked at it in a few hours, but it at one point was up like 3%, it's up 2.5%. Like it's clear that the money's moving to certain areas of the market, right? Yeah. I mean, I think it's a good call. I mean, if you look at the top positive impacts from the gainers.
Still holding AMD short, Nat Gas long.
WM, McKesson, MCK, Lilly, LLY, HWM, LDOS. Anyway, I mean, the Disney's even in there, right? So I mean, that's definitely other than Lilly.
Dollar's still pushing up. VIX is now up 13% respectively. The UVXY is up 11.5%.
Sort of had seen in the top positive impact in terms of the gainers and in regards to at least trying to help the SPX a little bit. I mean, on the negative side, it's the bellwether, right? It's Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Tesla, Google, Meta, even Home Depot and Berkshire Hathaway. To round out that crew is Bank of America. So, yeah, I mean, you're definitely seeing a little bit of a rotation there. From a sector style standpoint, I mean, today, I mean, again, in terms of, can you say it's a winner when they're a top loser? But, energy is down only, basically 1%. Healthcare, consumer staples, and then industrial sort of round out the top four. Interestingly enough, communications, XLC sort of hanging in there. Again, that's probably a little bit of diversification beyond just Meta and Google, right? And sort of some of the in there too, right? So, but then, again, it's very telling or very, kind of expected in regards to real estate is sort of the largest loser so far of the day in regards to the U.S. sector stocks. They're 2.7%, and the discretionaries are behind there, and utilities is number 3, right? So, I think that makes a lot of sense. The threat, and even small caps, not all. You make a really good point. Not all small caps are the same. You just look at something like Abercrombie and Fitch, right? And again, I know that's like a consumer discretionary, a retail name, but man, that chart is pretty damn sexy. And Shai, I know you kind of primarily stick to sort of the tech and stuff like that, which I find
you're looking at more what we would call a quad 4 environment, that would be, certainly we could be taking, moving a lot of, positions to much more defensive areas of the market. Would that be, we have exposure to T-bills and stuff like that already, but increasing the cash position, et cetera, et cetera. I think the other thing too.
Just 1 second, guys. I'm getting a phone call. So nice move up here in the indices. We are seeing the semiconductors catch a little bit of a bid through the likes of NVDA. So markets are just chopping in a little bit of a range here. Indices did have a pretty big bounce and they're selling right back down here. You can see the Qs had a nice bounce back below pre-market low. So still in that bearish territory. Downside target is still around 425 off of this head and shoulders pattern. And it is looking likely that it wants to get there. I'm still holding my AMD short and still holding my UNG long. And I have AMD puts as well. That's just a quick little intraday update. I don't like this EMA 113 area again because we bounced right before and markets were sold into it. So, I mean, we will have some support really at these lows here. May get a bounce here. You never know. And you can see that they are trying to buy it up off that area. But we did do some consolidation here, a little bit of a bounce before, which makes it a little less likely that we do bounce now. QQQ is testing the low of the session here, looking likely that we're going to get to the new low on the session. Hey Mike, let's see, Kurt, could you pull up your setting inputs for EMA 113? I can't seem to get it. I've changed the length, but it's still not correlating with yours. Yeah, I'll pull it up for you, man. I'll pull it up for you. So we'll just do the SPY chart here. Is that okay? The SPY hourly chart? I'll do the SPY hourly chart here. Let me just scroll down here. So settings. All right, so here we go. We have the length 113, source is close, offset 0, smoothing type. Mine's a simple SMA, and the length is 5. And then time frame is chart. Okay? And then wait for time frame closes. And one thing that I don't know if you have your pre-market data on or off. Hopefully that helps, Mike. QQQ guys making new lows on the session here. So again, we're almost at that 425 target. I said to members that and subscribers here that 424.33 is the first buyable zone. Qs are bouncing here. SPY is bouncing. We are hitting a really decent upsloping trend line on the SPY. And we're hitting some support. There is a gap fill also sitting here at 489 on the SPY. It seems like a long shot, but it's certainly a potential target. It's not my base case. Lots of little supports embedded here. This pivot. So SPY is still putting in new lows. Same thing with the Russell 2000. I'm still holding my AMD short. Looking for a little bit of a capitulation flush. We have not got that yet. You have the VIX up 19%, the UVXY up 14.63. Wow. Astonishing moves. Astonishing moves. Definitely getting oversold in the hourly chart here. But we're Apple's not too far away from the daily 200 MA. That's maybe where the Qs may bounce. But you have Google trying to bounce.
Behind 5 minutes to be into that spot. So important that Forest Green now have the lead, how they almost go for the second, because I think sometimes what we did see at Colchester away was almost just going to shells a little bit the second half and maybe not go for the goal as much as possible. The most important thing, even against teams that are very good, make sure you have that threat as well going the other way. You can't defend for a good 70 minutes and expect not to concede against a very good Barrow side.
McAllister going on the left-hand side, would well to beat a few men, but gave away a foul as he went deeper into the half. Barrow with a search ball into the Forest Green box. Keogh not happy, the Barrow fans, with his challenge in the air. Referee is. And Chester comes away with it midway in the Forest Green half. Switch it to the left. Forest Green got men back. Barrow go further into the half. Poor ball out there from Canavan. Plays off forward throw. Fun to those two Forest Green fans on the right hand side. And
Alright guys, I just covered AMD here. I just covered the AMD short position at 170.20. 170.20. Now there is a chance that it can go lower. But I just decided to take profits on the common share short. If Apple hits the daily 200 MA, we're going to be going long this market. Right now, Apple's trading at 183.67, and it's about the daily 200 support is sitting at 183.26. So I'm going to probably be playing the QQQ on the long side if we come down into that level. So this is Apple chart. The daily 200 MA is approaching. So guys, QQQ is coming into a buyable range here. You can see we've almost fulfilled the head and shoulders downside target, which is just to pierce the 425. We'll see if we want to hit that downside target that I gave much earlier in the stream. VIX is up 26%. The UVXY is up 18.7, guys. Look at these charts. Look at these VIX charts, guys. Technical breakout on the UVXY. Huge volume. This is going to get ugly. This is going to get ugly. There may not even be a bounce into the end of the day. There might just be so many positions to unwind on the long side that there may not be a bounce. With the VIX just screaming this high, I mean, oh my goodness. Things are looking nasty. Look at that VIX candle, guys. Look at that VIX candle. Wow. That's pretty impressive.
into the box and into the court by Vicente Reyes.
Yeah, I think that will just calm the nerves slightly. He hasn't got too much in terms of actual
Wow.
to do.
Let's look at the QQQ daily chart, because now you have NVIDIA selling off more.
Need to be interested to see how many days this stays for. Balshore certainly got a good go at it. I think even 14 games in the end. Did Balshore?
You can see on the daily chart the Qs are about to hit that daily 20 MA. So that should be a viable range, 425.14, 425.14.
Stayed overnight with the squad yesterday. It's one apiece here. Keeps very Russia 35 minutes gone. Callister putting Forest Green in front. Forest keeping the ball away and stopped him with a great strike to level. Callister into the box. Can't find the Stevens, a Barrow clear. Good run there from Cal with Foley driving forward. McCann creates himself with Foley. Gives a free kick McCann's way. Actually, this pleasure, the compatriots in front of us.
You hear it. Not even displeasure as Charlie McCann went tumbling to the deck.
There's bigger scores elsewhere. They need to, but Mansfield not doing too bad.
No, Mansfield aren't doing too bad at all. 4-0 up against Harrogate 35 minutes into that game. Salford won it, Doncaster won it, one towards the bottom.
And it took us 90 minutes to see 4 against Mansfield on Saturday. They're leading Harrogate 4-0 to nil. Bit of a nutmeg, but Barrow reorganised himself to take the ball off with the ball. Attendance today is 3,029, and credit to the 69 Forest Green.
You can see that markets are still under a lot of pressure right now. Every sector is still down. You have the S&P getting rocked down 2%. IWM is down 4.83% and just not catching a bid. Qs are down 2.26. Microsoft's down 2.46. SMCI is about to turn negative. So this little QQQ pop here might just be a short covering rally. This might just be a short covering rally. But we are getting a small little pop here. Google moving up. Microsoft's the selling has abated. Meta's still selling off though. Dollars pulled back from the highs. So the indices are trying to finish here off of the lows. Still a big down day for all major indices, specifically small caps getting absolutely slaughtered. You still have the VIX up 26%, UVXY up 18%, which makes every pop still a potential shorting opportunity. With the VIX flying that high, it's still a very tough market here to go long. Specifically when you understand why we've been selling off. So you have the Qs, NVIDIA right back down, being sold into. Meta's still selling here, guys. All right, so a nice big bounce in the Qs. One thing I'm still noticing though is NVIDIA's been a strong horse and it's really not bouncing with this QQQ market here. So that might be concerning for semis. When the strong horse doesn't participate in the bounces, and really it's been the one leading this bounces, it definitely could mean that, okay, maybe the buyers have started to run out. Maybe there's big players in this name that are running this name down now. There's still a lot of momentum in AI, NVIDIA, but just little nuances, small nuances. When you have a big bounce in the Qs and really NVIDIA hasn't participated in this little recent bounce, that's telling you that, okay, there's someone big trying to unload in this little strength here. NVIDIA still did close negative, but definitely outperforming the QQQ. All right, guys, we have the last 22 minutes here in the market session. Right now, everything is pretty much bleeding across the board. You do have strength in SMCI. So SMCI has actually moved up. So SMCI has turned positive. That one's just a relentless monster. NVIDIA has gone negative. That one was holding positive gains all session, but it has flipped negative. So now you have NVIDIA participating in this little rally. Alright guys, so the Qs have had a nice bounce off of the lows. They're still down 1.8% on the session. You can see they reclaimed pre-market high here on the 5-minute chart. We could be coming down now to create a little bit of a right shoulder. So if we dip into this 426.53 zone, you could have a little mini inverse head and shoulders formation starting. So just kind of trying to front run this pattern just to see if we do get that. Obviously there's not a lot of time left in the session, so it could be a very, very minuscule right shoulder. But based off of the sell side pressure today, don't be surprised if we gap down on the session tomorrow. And I think day trades, if we do gap down tomorrow, we can buy it on the long side for day trades. So that's kind of what I'm expecting. Usually when the markets and indices are down this much across the board and the VIX is up 18% respectively, it's very easy to see continuation selling and a gap down that bleeds into tomorrow. So the names like NVDA, AMD, there's a lot of semiconductors that still haven't hit really any type of support. You can argue Apple maybe is hitting some support here with the daily 100 moving average and daily 200 moving average just slightly below it. You can argue maybe Tesla's hitting some sort of a support level, potentially forming an inverse head and shoulders, but there's still a lot of names that could potentially fall here, specifically on the QQQ tech sector. And we'll just have to watch that because, it's going to be a very mixed and choppy market. I think we've had the bigger move down in the indices, but there's still a lot of potential downside in names of like Amazon, Meta, Google. Google's actually losing all of the short-term moving averages. So things like that can definitely fall at least and test the 50-day moving average. I think that's going to be a big daily chart support level. If you look at Apple as a leading stock, it's actually been lagging this whole market. But if you look at Apple really is below a bunch of the key moving averages. So you would expect that some of these names like Amazon, Google, Meta to at least test some of the short-term moving averages. Google is broken below the 20 and the 7 today. Meta's broken below the 7 today. Amazon broke below the 7 moving average today. You have NVIDIA still above the 7. So again, a lot of mixed price action. And there's going to be a lot that unfolds here, specifically with the VIX breaking out to the upside. All right, so just like that, indices did have a big recovery bounce into the end of the session. The Q still down respectively 1.59%. SPY bounced the most, down 1.38%. IWM still down 4%. VIX up 10% on the session. Dollar still has a daily chart breakout, but a nice move off of the lows into the session here. And that's pretty much the sum of the day. A lot of red on the screen. Every sector closed red. I just want to say thank you all for tuning in to the daily live stream. We were able to bank on our NVDA short, on our AMD short. So congrats if you did that. I'm still holding my UNG overnight. But on that note, congrats on the wins that we did today. It was a nice few wins. And congrats on HOLO long. Definitely stay tuned for more. I still think that there's might be a potential for a gap down into the end of the session. We do have a few earnings after the bell. The one that I'm watching, S&P 500 stock, is Airbnb. So consensus right now, daily chart breakout on Airbnb has occurred, technically speaking, but it doesn't mean it has to keep rallying here. We could see Airbnb. We just have to wait for earnings. We're just going to wait for earnings and see how it shapes up as we see this potential inverse head and shoulders likely trying to play out to the upside here. Again, thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later. Maybe I'll keep this open just a little bit here so we can watch this Airbnb earnings potentially play out. Just want to see if there's any other companies into the close here. Do have Biogen. I think that was this morning. Lyft. Groupon. Okay. Well, on that note, I am going to end the stream here just because there's not too much market, even a dead cat bounce or what. Yeah, there was a dead cat bounce there, Oliver. Definitely was. Could be, you never know. Maybe we rally and erase all these gains. Sorry, maybe we rally and erase all these losses. Time will tell, but certainly the broader picture based off of interest rates, CPI, dollar, it looks like we could be in for a little bit of a market turn here. Thanks for tuning in, everybody, and we'll see you on the charts tomorrow.